The government has now revoked the ban. Is that not something that satisfies the protesters? Why are the protesters so unhappy? Is it only because of the social media ban that had been imposed, or are there other factors that are also at play here?
There are major other factors that is playing the role. Primarily, these protests started off and it gained momentum on internet as well for the rising corruption. That was the main case. But what happened was the ban on the social media. It just ignited that fear. It just ignited that anger and the frustration that people had here, especially the young people. Here at the moment, still they are protesting against the rising corruption. Their main focus is the corruption. However, of course, like you mentioned, the social media ban has been lifted. But they say that this is not our primary demand. Our demand is to put an end to the corruption, right? And put an end to this government. Yeah. And they say that they will continue to protest until the government steps down.
All right. Do continue to stay on with us, Saloni. These are so the scenes that are unfolding at this moment in Kathmandu, where the youngsters especially have taken to the streets. This, remember, is a protest by the young who are extremely unhappy about the state of affairs in Nepal. Corruption is such a key driving factor of what has brought many of these youngsters out onto the streets. The fact that KP Sharma Oli decided to ban many of these social media sites, he of course later revoked the ban, but that has not satisfied many of these youngsters who are out in the streets, who are demanding that nothing less than a change of government is what will now satisfy them. So some pretty turbulent times at this moment, some pretty turbulent scenes unfolding in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. The private residence of KP Sharma Oli has been set on fire, and the Home Minister of Nepal has stepped down, citing moral responsibility. It remains to be seen as to how things, of course, will proceed from here. But these are some very dramatic scenes of what is unfolding at this moment, where the Nepalese politics, it appears, is at an inflection point. KP Sharma Oli, we do not know about his whereabouts. His private residence has been set on fire, and a lot of the protesters have gathered at the airport because they expect that the Prime Minister could try and flee from the country as well. All right, so joining us on the broadcast or the phone line, we've got Mr. Jagdishore Pandey, who's an editor of the Diplomat in Nepal. Mr. Pandey, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on WION. Now, these are some pretty dramatic developments, fast-paced developments that are unfolding at this moment. Do we at this moment know as to what's happened with the Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli? Because there are reports which say that his private residence has been set on fire. Right, there seems to be a bit of an issue in the phone line there. We'll reconnect with Mr. Jagdishore Pandey, who is, of course, an editor of the Diplomat in Nepal. These are some images that have unfolded since this morning. Some very dramatic scenes where the youth of Nepal are out on the streets. They're demanding for change, and they say nothing less than a change of the political dispensation will now satisfy their demands. That's the line that they have now drawn. They're no longer satisfied with the fact that the ban on social media websites has now been revoked. And I'm told that we have Mr. Jagdishore Pandey, the editor of the Diplomat in Nepal. Mr. Pandey, am I audible to you, sir? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, yes.
Right. Mr. Pandey, we are witnessing some very dramatic scenes at this moment in Nepal. Reports say that the private residence of KP Sharma Oli has been set on fire. What are you picking up at your end? Do we know where the Prime Minister of Nepal is?
Okay.
Mr. Pandey, am I audible to you, sir? Were you able to listen to my question? Right, we'll try to reconnect with Mr. Jagdishore Pandey, who is joining us from Nepal, we are told. But these are some very dramatic scenes that are unfolding at this moment in Nepal, where Nepal is convulsed in this political upheaval that many are now pointing out was brought about because of the rampant corruption which the youth of Nepal felt was in many ways not giving them the life that they wanted. Corruption was one of the key underlying factors that is at play here. And what has broken the camel's back was, of course, this ban that was imposed on the social media sites, where the Nepalese government said that there were certain criteria that they wanted these social media giants to in fact adhere to. Some of them did, some of them did not, and that brought the youth of the Nepal out onto the streets. And this is what is happening at this moment in Nepal. Some very dramatic scenes and some very fast-paced developments. We do not know at this moment as to where KP Sharma Oli is, because remember, many of these protesters have now gathered at the airport with the expectation that some of the leaders who are very unpopular with the youth of Nepal may try and flee from the country. This is what is happening at this moment here. And it remains to be seen as to what KP Sharma Oli, of course, does from here. Because remember, he was leading a coalition government, and it is unclear whether he even has the popular support of the members of the parliament, because his government could potentially fall if the parties that were part of his coalition do not support him anymore. Because remember, the Home Minister has already quit, citing moral responsibility for what has happened at this moment in Nepal. So the protesters have reportedly set on fire the home of President Ramchandra Paudel as well. There are videos of the incident that have now started doing the rounds. This of course is another big development, where besides the private residence of the Prime Minister's house having been set on fire, his private residence having been set on fire, there are reports of the President's home, Ramcharan Paudel's home, also being set on fire. The Prime Minister at this moment is under huge pressure to resign, with more and more ministers resigning and distancing themselves from the government. A curfew has been imposed in several parts of the country, including in capital Kathmandu, and the demonstrators have been throwing stones and been marching in the streets for a second consecutive day of these pretty dramatic protests that have engulfed Kathmandu. Now, the police, remember, is out on the streets, but this is where it is interesting. But they are appearing not to resort to use of force to disperse the protesters. This is what the reports are saying, that the police in Kathmandu has not resorted to the use of force in order to crush these protests. The anger of the demonstrators has turned towards the government that has been led by Oli, who has become increasingly unpopular. Right, and my colleague Saloni Murarka, remember, is of course tracking all the developments from the ground for us. Let's listen in to this ground report that was sent by my colleague Saloni Murarka there.
Protesters are surrounding the parliament area. They burned the tires. They burned the tires here right in front of the parliament building. And now stone pelting has just begun from both the sides. Police officials are guarding the premises of the parliament. They demand the resignation of the Prime Minister Oli's government, and they say that the rising corruption and widening inequality has tortured the civilians of the country, and that's why all the people and the young people, they leave the nation. As you can see, the stone pelting has begun. Both sides. Protesters have surrounded the parliament area. These kind of protests are taking place across the Kathmandu in different parts of the city, and also in front of the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli's party office, CPN UML, as I'm hearing from the ground. And this is happening right in front of the parliament building of the Nepal. This is the Federal Parliament of Nepal, and this is the protest happening here. It has been escalated since morning now, and additional authorities are being deployed around the premises.
Moment in Nepal, where there are some pretty dramatic protests that have unfolded, where many of these youngsters are out on the streets and they're demanding for nothing less than the resignation of their Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. And this is what is happening at this moment, where the protesters, according to reports that have come in, have also set fire to the private residence of KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister of Nepal, who's under immense pressure at this moment to resign because many of his cabinet ministers have stepped down. The Home Minister of Nepal has stepped down, citing moral responsibility for what has gone wrong. And it now remains to be seen as to what, of course, is going to be the fate of these protests. Because according to reports that are coming in, the police in Kathmandu have not resorted to the use of force in order to put down the protests, is what is in fact being reported. And we'll be getting my colleague Saloni Murarka in just a bit from now, because these are some very dramatic and very fast-paced developments that are unfolding at this moment in Kathmandu. So Nepal is on the boil. Some pretty dramatic scenes are unfolding. We do not know as to where the Prime Minister of Nepal, KP Sharma Oli, is. His residence, private residence, has been set on fire. The residence of the Nepalese president has also been set on fire by the protesters. This is what is being reported. Remember, 19 people died in clashes with the law enforcement authorities on Monday, that is yesterday, after tens of thousands of these youngsters took to the streets to protest against the ban on social media that was lifted on Monday. However, the outpouring of public anger has shown that the people's dissatisfaction goes way beyond the ban on the social media sites. They're raising slogans against corruption with the government and also the undue advantage the children of those in power that get labeled as Nepo kids and Nepo babies. And the phrase Nepo has, of course, become a catchword for many of these youngsters who are out on the streets. The protesters are carrying placards with the slogans including "Shut down corruption" and "Unban social media, youth against corruption," as they are marching through Kathmandu, while hashtags that are now trending in Nepal include stuff such as Nepo kid, hashtag Nepo babies. And this is what is doing the rounds in social media in Nepal. And my colleague Saloni Murarka will be joining us in just a bit from now. Remember, these are some very dramatic scenes that are unfolding with respect to what has been unfolding in Nepal. And my colleague Siddhant Sibil is joining us over the phone line. Siddhant, this is something that has escalated very dramatically. Tell us as to how the Indian government has reacted so far.
Well, earlier today we saw the Indian government reacting sharply, and the Indian government in its reaction basically called for restraint and basically said that when it comes to the Indian nationals, they are advised to follow the rules and regulations. So basically India said that as a friend and a neighbor, a close friend, India hopes that all concerned will exercise restraint and address any issue through peaceful means and dialogue. And of course, we know that there are many Indians living in Nepal. And Nepal, of course, instability there is a concerning issue for India. India, of course, extending its condolences over the deceased, the 19 dead in the protest on Monday. Of course, India's focus will be that there is an early return of stability in the country. And we also know that, in fact, the Nepali Prime Minister was expected to travel to India later this month, but I do not expect that's going to happen now. In fact, Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli with India for a long time, but that was not happening. He, of course, has taken an anti-India stance on many issues, but his growing closeness is also a growing closeness with China is also something that has been taken note in New Delhi. In fact, he was in China just a few days ago for that Victory Day parade in Beijing. But coming to the Nepal protest, we have seen the visuals. In fact, the protesters are now storming the politicians' houses. They've been burnt, including the house of Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. So there is a lot of angst on the ground. This is a Generation Z protest, and as you can understand from the name, the protests are led by young people, primarily because of the banning of the social media. Now, why is this a big issue is also something that we need to understand, because there are many Nepalese who are living outside the country today. There's a huge Nepalese diaspora. Now, for them, social media is one way through which they contact their near and dear ones. And with the ban that was imposed by the government, that of course galvanized the youth, and of course launched a major protest in the country. And of course the protest escalated very fast. Now, there is an eerie resemblance to what happened in Bangladesh last year, and has happened in the region in past few years, including, of course, in Sri Lanka, including in Pakistan as well. Of course, we have seen a situation that's basically political situation in Myanmar after the coup. But all in all, we know that this is a developing story. This is a situation that is being closely monitored in the region and outside as well. We saw a joint statement by Western countries like US, UK, Australia, and countries in Asia as well. The joint statement called for a restraint as well. So, developing situation. There are reports of the situation at the airport as well, but this is still yet to be confirmed. So, we of course will be focusing on what has happened and the facts on the ground. But concerning situation indeed for India over what's happening in Nepal right now. And this is something that is, of course, closely monitored.
Absolutely, indeed. Siddhant, at this moment, is there an advisory that's been issued for Indian nationals who are at this moment in Nepal?
Well, of course, that is what India earlier in the day said, that Indian nationals in Nepal are advised to exercise caution and adhere to steps and guidelines issued by the Nepalese authorities. One thing I know, that there are now reports of several flights being cancelled from Delhi to Kathmandu and other places as well. That's primarily because of the developing situation at the Kathmandu International Airport. We know that the authorities are not taking any chances. There's a lot of rumor as well that's going around, which is expected as well. Similar situation we have seen in Bangladesh and other countries in the region. So essentially, I would say there is a sense of deja vu as well. The country, of course, is different, but the protests are similar in line. The Bangladesh protests were also led by the youth, and we saw the death of many citizens there.
Right. Absolutely, indeed. Do continue to stay with us. Siddhant, my colleague Saloni Murarka is joining us over the phone line. Saloni, what is the update as to what is unfolding at this moment in Kathmandu, where you are?
Yeah, I'm standing right outside the airport at the moment, where the heavy deployment of army officials can be seen, and there's a high alert at the airport. International airport has been shut down for a while due to security concerns, and it is believed that many of the leaders are trying to flee the country. And as just now, I've received information that army officials are trying to evacuate the family members of the party leaders from Nepal.
Right.
Yes.
Right, Saloni, in the background we can hear a lot of sloganeering that is taking place where you are at the airport. Give us a sense of what is unfolding at the airport. How many people have surrounded the airport? What is the expectation there?
They have set fire to tires along the entire road of the road that leads to airport. There are multiple tires and some clothes, some chairs have set on fire near the airport, just along the airport road. And these protesters are in conversation at the moment with the police officials, saying that how can let a country leader flee the country? You know, and you officials have to help us out to help the nation, and so that they're trying to convince the police officials to let them enter the airport premises.
Right. So they are saying that the leaders should not be allowed to enter into the airport premises so that they can flee from the country. Is that what the protesters are now telling the police at the airport?
Right.
Right.
Yes.
And also, Saloni, just to talk a little bit about what is trending at this moment in social media in Nepal, besides corruption, besides revoking the ban on the social media sites, nepotism, Nepo babies is one of the hashtags that seems to be trending a lot. What is the issue of nepotism that the protesters are so unhappy about within Nepalese politics?
This Nepo kids, Nepo babies was the first discussion that began on TikTok just a few weeks back. when they saw the prime ministers or former prime ministers, sons and daughters having vacations in the foreign countries, going around the world, and even though some, and they were not set accountable for their own mistakes, even if they were here in the country. So they saw the biasness around it, and how if the children of the prime ministers and former prime ministers are able to live such a lavish life, then why not us? The lavish lifestyle
Right.
started to spread around the public here, the rage among them.
I think, right.
That's what they say. They say that these people, these Nepo kids, have taken all our money, all our taxes money, and we have to go outside of the country to work and to earn some money for our family back in home.
Right, so that seems to have contributed to the unrest and the anger of the protesters that has been so visible on the streets in Nepal at this moment. Saloni Murarka, do continue to stay on with us. Meanwhile, I'm told that we have Mr. Surendra Puyal, who's a senior journalist who's joining us from Kathmandu. Mr. Puyal, thank you very much for joining us here on WION. Can you tell us as to what is unfolding at this moment with respect to the Prime Minister, whose private residence, we're given to understand, has been set on fire? Where is the Prime Minister of Nepal?
The Prime Minister must be in his official residence in the heart of Kathmandu, I imagine. It's completely chaotic, the situation, and it looks like the city is burning. Lots of places on fire, lots of buildings of several ministers, former ministers, former prime ministers are on fire, and the situation is completely out of control. The PM has called an all-party meeting at 6 p.m. in the evening, but looks like it's too late, and things are going from bad to worse.
Right, now many members of the Prime Minister's coalition, including many members of his cabinet, have resigned, citing moral responsibility. Does KP Sharma Oli even enjoy the support of his own party members to continue as the Prime Minister at this moment?
That's a good question. People have not come out openly against him, but we understand there is there's brewing discontent within his party. That's there, but then the government is now isolated with the major coalition partner, Nepali Congress, leaving most of its ministers leaving the cabinet, tendering their resignation. And amidst the chaos, army helicopter has been circling around Kathmandu, taking ministers from their private residences to a safe location. Even the official quarters of the ministers in southern Kathmandu has been set alight by protesters. So things are not looking good right now.
Right now, yesterday when the protests played out in the streets, it was an extremely violent clashes that happened. 19 people ended up losing their lives. But since this morning, there are reports which say that the police has been going easy on the protesters and has not resorted to the use of force. Anything that you can confirm about that front, sir?
Not really. Looking at the numbers, police tried their level best to take the situation under control. But then again, there was violence. The protests were not peaceful. So there were 19 people were killed. And today also the firing is continuing at several places. So the situation is moving at a very fast forward pace. Things are not looking good. Looks like it is another bad day in Nepal. There's complete anarchy.
Right, there is complete anarchy is how you're describing this. Now, the straw that broke the camel's back was in fact this ban on many of these social media networks within Nepal because they were not complying in the timeline that the government had put them to register themselves with the authority in Nepal. Why do you think KP Sharma Oli was trying to get these social media sites to register? What was he unhappy about with the content that was circulating on these social media sites?
Yeah, that's like, from where we are now, that's like going back. Actually, the Nepalese government repeatedly asks the social media tech companies to, get themselves registered, appoint their grievance officers in Nepal, but then nobody, paid heed. It fell on deaf ears, and the government was forced to do so. That's what it was said. But then it has been lifted now, and all social media channels are like back up and running. and then people are just busy uploading the disturbing images that are being recreated today, and things, as I see now, are just getting from bad to worse.
Right, see, things are getting
Quite
bad to
traumatizing.
us. Yeah, go ahead, make your point.
Yeah, quite traumatizing scenes. It's like quite disturbing. Several public property, buildings are being destroyed. An entire neighborhood looks like is on fire right outside the parliament, things are just absolutely horrible. I mean, it's difficult to describe. It's
Right.
absolutely unprecedented.
It's unprecedented. Now, it is the Gen Z, it is the younger generation that is at the forefront of these protests. How do you view these protests, Mr. Puel? Is this something which is very organically that is erupted, or are there other political factors who are trying to back these protesters that are at play here?
Nothing is confirmed, but the government spokesperson yesterday pointed out that there is some infiltration from different vested interest groups. Just 6 months ago, we remember there was a big protest in favor of monarchy. So probably more pro-monarchy forces are at play. There are opposition parties not happy with Oli. There's former Maoist party. I don't know. It's really difficult to corroborate and investigate and find out. But yeah, everyone who is unhappy is like out on the street doing their things.
And also, KP Sharma Oli is an old, seasoned politician, and he's been in power for quite some time, in and out of power for quite some time in Nepal. Do you think he did not see the anger that was brewing within the people of Nepal? How do you think a protest of this magnitude has suddenly exploded onto the streets of Nepal?
I think it's partly to blame with the short-sightedness, lack of intelligence, maybe a bit of foolhardiness. It's really difficult to say, but then the damage has been done, and there's no point going back. I mean, I think the focus now it should be on how to fix things. Set the record straight, how to fix things up, and get Nepal back on track.
All right. Mr. Puel, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Kathmandu and getting us all those insights there. Things are very fluid and dynamic and changing every minute. This is what the scene looks like at this moment in Nepal, where the private residence of KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister of Nepal, has been set on fire. The residence of the President of Nepal has also been set on fire, is what is being reported. There are many protesters who have set fire to many of these ties. They have apparently blocked the road to the airport where my colleague Saloni Murarka at this moment is. And the expectation is that some of these political leaders in Nepal may try and flee from the country. To prevent that from happening, the protesters, we're given to understand, have completely surrounded the airport premises. They don't want their political leaders to just flee and not be held accountable for what the public seems to be extremely angry with. My colleague Saloni Murarka has sent us this report from the airport in Nepal. Take a look as to what's unfolding there.
The situation has escalated in the capital, Kathmandu. Protesters have gathered around the parliament building. This is the main gate that you see behind me, is the main gate of the Federal Parliament of Nepal. The protesters and the police clashed. The police fired tear gases. The other side hurled stones on the police officials. Now they have just gathered around in front of the main parliament gate. These young people want change in the Nepal's government system. They want the Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli's government to step down and want a directly elected Prime Minister. This is for the change that they want here in the nation, with the rising corruption, widening inequality. And just with this frustration, all the youngsters have come down on the streets of Kathmandu. The entire country has been witnessing these protests. Crowd has been increasing minute by minute. Protesters are gathering around the parliament. As you can see, police officials, APF, Nepal Army have been deployed, and not only outside the premises but inside as well. Many of the protesters have attacked the leaders' houses and party office buildings here in Kathmandu. I'm reporting from Kathmandu, Nepal. I'm Saloni Murarka for WION.
And also, Mr. Jagdishore Pandey, who is an editor of The Diplomat in Nepal, has reacted about the ongoing situation in the country. Listen to what he has said, what he has said.
In Nepal's democratic history, yesterday, Nepal received a massacre from its own government. The KP Sharma Oli led government killed its 19 people who are young and from the Gen Z generation. And the Gen Z generation, they came to road because the government, because of the government corruption, as well as the government banned 26 social media which people are using day by day. So against the outrage of the social media closing, as well as the corruption and the corrupt political leadership for 30 years, the Nepali Gen Z generation came over to protest that. But the government led by KP Sharma Oli massacred 19 innocent people. After that, the coalition partner from the Congress, there was a Home Minister Ramesh Lekhov, he resigned, as well as the other minister from Congress are also planning to resign, and they are also considering to pull out their support from the Oli government. But the Oli, who is leading this government, who killed 19 innocent people, and there are more than 400 people are injured around the country. And the
All right, so this is what is unfolding at this moment in Kathmandu, where many of these youngsters, they've been out on the streets. They're demanding for nothing less than the stepping down of KP Sharma Oli, where the Prime Minister's private residence has been set on fire by the protesters. The protesters are extremely unhappy with what is unfolding in the country. Remember, the protests, of course, started off. The spark was the ban that was imposed on the social media sites because they were not willing to adhere to the regulation of the Nepalese government. But there are many other factors that are at play here: deep-seated corruption and the state of the economy and nepotism of the children of the politicians, who seem to be enjoying some kind of a lifestyle which the general people in Nepal felt very angry with. Because one of the hashtags that has been trending in Nepal over the course of the last few days is Nepo Kids, and that has been very, very prominently talked about by the people who are out on the streets. And although the KP Sharma Oli government has now revoked the ban on the social media sites, the protesters say that they are just not happy and they want nothing less than the resignation of KP Sharma Oli. Because remember, it's interesting to know whether KP Sharma Oli is even, does he even enjoy some of the support, the popular support of members of his own political party in the parliament. The protesters have gathered at the airport. They are speaking with the security personnel at the airport because they say that the political leaders must not be allowed to flee from the country. Now, the Prime Minister, that is KP Sharma Oli, has called for an all-party meeting at about 6 p.m. Nepalese time later in the day today. But it remains to be seen as to how many of the political leaders even turn up for that meeting, because many of the cabinet ministers of KP Sharma Oli's government have stepped down, including the Home Minister, who has cited moral responsibility for what has unfolded in Nepal, and he has said that he cannot continue any further in the aftermath of what has happened there. The official quarters in southern Kathmandu has also been set on fire. These are some of the developments that are unfolding in Kathmandu. And since this morning, these are reports where the police has been apparently going easy on the protesters, and like what happened yesterday, where 19 of the protesters were killed in clashes with the police. The residence of President Ramchandra Paudel of Nepal has also been set on fire. This is what is being reported this moment. The residences of the former Nepalese prime ministers, including that of the Pushpa Kamal Dahal Prachanda and Sher Bahadur Dioba, and the energy minister Deepak Khadka, have also been damaged by the protesters. So it is not one party or the other which seems to be backing these protesters, at least not on the face of it, because the former presidents, including KP Sharma Oli's long-time rival Pushpa Kamal Dahal Prachanda and Sher Bahadur Dioba, and also the energy minister Deepak Khadka, their residences have also been damaged by the protesters. We'll slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere, for on the other side we'll continue tracking the developments that are unfolding in Nepal, where there are some pretty dramatic scenes. The protesters have now taken over the streets, and no one knows at this moment as to where the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli is, whose residence has been set on fire. We'll slip into a short break. More updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned to WION.
Wherever they enter and across kilometers away, you will find that they are doing these violations.
They have no water to drink. It's all contaminated. Young people who are around 19 start looking like 50s.
Pharma lobby is so politically powerful that no government has acted against them. It gives an impression that there is a regulation.
Now this has got a serious implications of the next generation dangers of the society.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide, because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One. From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Wherever they enter and across kilometers away, you will find that they are doing these violations.
They have no water to drink. It's all contaminated. Young people who are around 19 start looking like 50s.
Pharma lobby is so politically powerful that no government has acted against them. It gives an impression that there is a regulation.
Now this has got a serious implications of the next generation dangers of the society.
Welcome back to our continuous coverage of what is unfolding at this moment in Nepal, where the country is on the edge. The protesters are out on the streets, and according to reports that have come in, they've even set fire to the private residence of the Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. We'll be getting you all the updates of what is unfolding there. But first, let's take a look as to what is making headlines at this hour. So Nepal remains on the edge even after the ban on social media sites was withdrawn. All flights being stopped from Kathmandu's Tribhuvan International Airport. Massive protests and violence across the country. A curfew has been imposed in Kathmandu amidst arson and vandalism by the protesters. And heat on Nepalese government and politicians. Protesters set fire to Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli's private residence, demanding accountability for Monday's deaths. All-party meeting has been called this evening as 4 ministers have resigned, and calls for the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli to resign continue to grow. And India says it is very closely monitoring the developments and has urged Indian nationals in Nepal to exercise caution. Security has been stepped up on the 1,700-kilometer long porous India-Nepal border amidst concerns of trouble elements entering into the country. And China has launched a new remote sensing satellite from its spacecraft launch site Henan province. The Yaogan 45 satellite will carry out scientific experiments and land resource surveys and enable crop yield estimates. There is a rush hour chaos in London as the underground strike enters its second full working day. The workers walk out on Sunday over pay and conditions. The tube isn't expected to reopen until Friday morning. The global bonds are rallying up by about 20% from their 2022 lows as markets are ramping up expectations for renewed Federal Reserve rate cuts, signaling mounting confidence in easier monetary policy ahead. And North Korea celebrates 77th anniversary of its founding with mass dance and fireworks, flag hoisting ceremony and fireworks in Pyongyang. The China sends its congratulatory message and expresses willingness to strengthen cooperation. Alright, so all major social media applications are back again in Nepal after the government rolled back its social media ban. But the rollback has failed to end the protests that it triggered. Now, the ban has sparked violent protests which continue on Tuesday in the capital city. And on Monday, remember, the police had launched a deadly crackdown on the protesters, resulting in deaths of at least about 19 of these youngsters, leaving hundreds of others injured. Now, the government says that its decision to ban social media platforms was in line with the Supreme Court order last year, which directed these platforms to establish a point of contact and to appoint grievance handling officers. After repeated requests, the government again on the 28th of August had set a 7-day deadline for social media platforms to register in Nepal. And that deadline expired on Wednesday night. The government then blocked about 26 unregistered social media giants, including apps such as Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, WhatsApp and X, on Friday for not registering with the authorities under the new regulations. Interestingly, TikTok, that is owned by the Chinese ByteDance, and other platforms like Viber and Nimbus were not banned after registering with the government. The Telegram's application is currently under review. While the government claims that the ban was in line with the Supreme Court order, there are questions that are being raised about the timing of the crackdown, and popular platforms such as Instagram have millions of users in Nepal who rely on them for entertainment, news and business.
It's affecting our daily lives. We used Instagram to message our friends, so that part is also a bit affected. From small businesses to big ones in Nepal that operate with social media, I feel like it will be difficult for all of them too.
Now, the days leading up to the protests, Nepal's social media landscape was dominated by hashtags like Nepo Baby, Nepo Kids. Now, since Friday, videos contrasting the struggles of the ordinary Nepalese people with the children of politicians flaunting luxury goods and expensive vacations have gone viral on TikTok, which had not been blocked. Now, Nepal has restricted access to popular online platforms in the past. Now, the government had blocked access to the Telegram messaging app in the month of July, citing a rise in online fraud and money laundering. It lifted a 9-month ban on TikTok in August last year after the platform agreed to comply with Nepalese regulations. And our correspondent Saloni Murarka has sent us this report from Kathmandu. Listen.
The situation has escalated in the capital, Kathmandu. Protesters have gathered around the parliament building. This is the main gate that you see behind me, is the main gate of the Federal Parliament of Nepal. The protesters and the police clashed. The police fired tear gases. The other side hurled the stones on the police officials. Now they have just gathered around in front of the main parliament gate. These young people want change in the Nepal's government system. They want the Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli's government to step down and want a directly elected Prime Minister. This is for the change that they want here in the nation, with the rising corruption, widening inequality, and just with this frustration, all the youngsters have come down on the streets of Kathmandu. The entire country has been witnessing these protests. Crowd has been increasing minute by minute. Protesters are gathering around the parliament. As you can see, police officials, APF, Nepal army have been deployed, and not only outside the premises but inside as well. Many of the protesters have attacked the leaders' houses and party office buildings here in Kathmandu. I'm reporting from Kathmandu, Nepal. I'm Saloni Murarka for WION.
So that was Saloni Murarka, my colleague, getting us the updates, the ground updates of what was unfolding a little while back in Nepal. But she's joining us over the phone line. She is at this moment, I'm given to understand, at the airport, where a number of protesters have in fact surrounded the airport. They're trying to prevent the Nepalese political leaders from fleeing the country. Saloni, give us a sense of what is unfolding at this moment at the airport. We're given to understand that the operations at the airport have all come to a standstill.
Yes, that's right. The international airport authorities have shut down the international wing for a while, and this is all because of due to security reasons. And all the international airlines have been asked to halt the landing at the airport. At the moment, all the protesters are trying to barge into the premises of the airport. On halfway, they have gone through, and they are now in again clash with the Nepal police right outside the airport. There's a heavy deployment of the Nepali army here at the airport to secure the area. And I'm just receiving this information that the Prime Minister, KP Sharma Oli, is preparing to resign. He will be submitting his papers to the President today, anytime soon.
Right, that's a big development that you're telling us, that the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli is preparing to resign and he will be tendering his papers pretty soon. What has brought about this change within the Prime Minister? Why does he see this to be an end of the road for him at this point? This is a big breaking development that you are giving us.
Right, as we can see on the streets, it is very evident that he does not hold any support among the public. He has lost the trust that he thought that he might have built over the years. And when we talk about of the government there as well, he lost the support of his coalition partner. The Nepali Congress leaders have been in discussion since yesterday to step out to withdraw their support from Oli government. So what I can say is that at the moment he sees that he does not hold any support, not on the streets, not among the people, not inside the parliament.
Right, indeed. And when do we expect him to go tender in his resignation papers to the president?
I've just received this information while I was speaking to you, so I'm yet to confirm that. But it might happen anytime today.
Right. That of course is a big development here, and this is an ongoing protest. Things are happening in a very fluid manner. So Saloni, give us a sense as to where the Prime Minister is. Although he's now said that he is willing to resign and he'll step down, he'll tender his resignation to the president. But where is he at this moment? Because his private residence has been set on fire.
Yes, that's right. What we can say is that maybe he's at his official residence, that is in Balwatar, just a few meters away from the administrative building of Nepal, that is Singhadarbar. And it is believed that Singhadarbar area compound premises has also compromised by the protesters, and so we are just heading there to see the ground situation. And this is what becomes evident for the leadership when they do not hold any trust or support from the public or from the government. But
right.
At the moment, Prime Minister Oli is preparing to tender his resignation.
Right, we'll get my colleague Saloni Murarka back with us, because remember, the situation is very fluid at this moment. She is at the airport where we are given to understand that the protesters have completely surrounded all the roads leading up to the airport in Kathmandu, because the protesters do not want their political leaders to flee from the country. But the big breaking development at this moment that we are getting is that KP Sharma Oli has now indicated that he will step down, he will resign from the office of the Prime Minister and will tender his resignation papers to the President, and that could happen sometime later this afternoon. These are very, very dramatic developments that are unfolding, where KP Sharma Oli, who till yesterday morning looked almost unchallenged, within a span of 48 hours of these protests, has now come forth and said that he will tender his resignation. My colleague Saloni Murarka is with us from the airport in Kathmandu. Saloni, there are reports that the family members of many of these cabinet ministers are being airlifted and being taken to some secure locations because of the protesters who are damaging their residences. Do we know as to how many of these family members have been taken away by the army to these secure locations?
It's difficult to put a number at the moment because many of the leaders' residences have been attacked. But yes, it's been over 1 hour. The army has been trying to rescue the family members of the leaders and take them to a secure area. And we even saw the movement of helicopters. A lot of helicopters movement here in Kathmandu just a while back, and it is assumed that that was taken for their evacuation from the area, and hence all the protesters are gathering around the airport.
Right. So all the protesters are gathering at the airport. And also since this morning, this is what is being reported in some quarters. Yesterday, the police had a brutal crackdown when they clashed with the protesters. 19 of these young protesters died, more than 400 others sustained injuries. But since this morning, has the police been asked to go easy on the protesters? Because there are reports which indicate that the police is not using force on the protesters since this morning.
Yes, that's right. While I was in the parliament, there was a heavy clash that took place between both the sides, and police tried to restrain from using any heavy forces. However, in between, it is believed that between the chaos, maybe a few bullets were fired. But today, it can be seen that the police officials are taking little slowly and little calmly, and not straight away landing up to using the heavy ammunitions. That can be seen, and how the protesters on the other side are also they are scattered around the capital at the moment. So there are few people at one location, so it is easy for the police officials to also handle them. And there has been a little unsaid of mutual understanding, it seems. Like in few areas, I noticed that when the protesters were trying to barge into the restricted area, after trying for maybe half an hour, the police just let them go through the area. So
absolutely,
this
indeed.
happened right outside the parliament.
Right. Do continue to stay on with us. There's a lot more that we need to discuss with respect to what is happening there. Meanwhile, let's get you this breaking inputs, which has just been confirmed by my colleague Saloni Murarka, where the Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has indicated that he will resign and he will tender his resignation papers to the president. All right, so this is the breaking news that we are getting at this. Our KP Sharma Oli has resigned. He is to submit his papers to the president. And KP Sharma Oli, has been around Nepalese politics for a long time. But the fact that he did not foresee what was coming, were protests less than 48 hours long, and he's now announced his resignation. He'll be submitting his papers to the president sometime this afternoon or towards the evening. This, of course, is the big breaking development that was confirmed to us by our correspondent Saloni Murarka, who is tracking all the developments at this moment from Kathmandu. She is at the Kathmandu International Airport, where all operations, we're given to understand, have been stalled for some time, and we need to see as to what unfolds from there. But how do the protesters now react to the fact that KP Sharma Oli has indicated that he'll step down, that he will resign? My colleague Saloni would be able to tell us better. Saloni, at this moment, have we heard anything from the side of the protesters, given the fact that KP Sharma Oli has now announced that he will be stepping down and he will resign and tender his resignation papers to the president? All right, we seem to have lost the line with my colleague Saloni Murarka. We'll try and reconnect with her, but this is the big development at this moment. KP Sharma Oli, in less than 48 hours of the protests breaking out, has now resigned. He has said that he will submit his resignation papers to the president sometime this afternoon or towards the evening. But this is what is unfolding since yesterday morning, when the protests broke out. The protests were very violent yesterday. 19 people died. 19 of the protesters were killed in police action when they clashed with the riot police there. But since this morning, this has been confirmed by our correspondent as well, of the reports that the police has been asked to go easy on the protesters. Heavy-handed force has not been deployed, and the protesters have also remained much more calm since this morning. The residence of Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has been set on fire. He is reportedly at his official residence now, and many of the family members of many of the cabinet members whose homes have come under attack have also been airlifted to safety by the Nepalese army. So KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister of Nepal, has resigned. He will submit his resignation papers to the President sometime this afternoon towards evening. and what broke as protests against the government action to ban social media sites, because the social media sites were not adhering to the new government policy that they should register with the government in a certain time frame, which resulted in many of these big social media giants to be banned in Nepal, which brought these youngsters out onto the streets, has resulted in the Nepalese Prime Minister stepping down from his job. KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister of Nepal, has resigned, and we expect him to submit his papers to the President sometime this afternoon towards evening. But this, remember, is not just a protest about the social media sites that were banned in Nepal briefly because the social media giants did not comply with the new government plans that had been brought in, where the government had indicated that all of these social media giants must have a grievance redressal officer stationed in Kathmandu. They must register with the Nepalese government in a certain time frame, which did not happen. And therefore, the government in Nepal said that according to the Supreme Court guidelines that had been laid out in the country earlier, they decided to go ahead and ban these social media giants. However, that ban was revoked, but that did not satisfy many of these protesters who have been out on the streets. And it now remains to be seen as to what unfolds from here, because we need to yet hear from the protesters who had been demanding that KP Sharma Oli should resign. He has now resigned, and we now need to wait and watch as to what the protesters have to say after this. Will the protests die down, or will they continue to simmer with other deep-rooted problems that afflict the Nepalese political system? These are some of the issues that need an answer for. But this is what the scene looks like at this moment in Kathmandu, where the protesters are out on the streets, tires are being burnt, life has been brought to a standstill. The Kathmandu International Airport has also been brought to a standstill, where the operations have been halted. All international flights have been stopped. And KP Sharma Oli, amidst all of this, has now announced that he will step down and resign. And therefore, it now remains to be seen as to what happens with these protests. You can run. So this is what the scene looks like in Nepal at this moment. But the big breaking development that has come through is that KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister of Nepal, has now announced that he is stepping down. He will tender his resignation to the President sometime this afternoon. Will this satisfy the demands of the protesters? That's something that is yet to be seen. But all roads in Kathmandu, all major roads, have all been barricaded, and it now remains to be seen as to what in fact unfolds there in Nepal. So KP Sharma Oli, the seasoned politician in Nepal, he has now tendered his, he has announced that he will resign. He will tender his resignation sometime this afternoon to the Nepalese president. And remember, the president's house has also been set on fire by the protesters who have been extremely angry with the state of affairs in Nepal. President Ramchandra Paudel, his house was also set on fire by the protesters who have been extremely furious with the Nepalese political dispensation, and cutting across party lines, the political leaders in Nepal have borne the brunt of the anger. And my colleague Saloni Murarka has sent us this report. Listen to what she had to say.
The situation has escalated in the capital, Kathmandu. Protesters have gathered around the parliament building. This is the main gate that you see behind me, is the main gate of the Federal Parliament of Nepal. The protesters and the police clashed. The police fired tear gases. The other side hurled the stones on the police officials. Now they have just gathered around in front of the main parliament gate. These young people want change in the Nepal's government system. They want the Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli's government to step down and want a directly elected Prime Minister. This is for the change that they want here in the nation, with the rising corruption, widening inequality, and just with this frustration, all the youngsters have come down on the streets of Kathmandu. The entire country has been witnessing these protests. Crowd has been increasing minute by minute. Protesters are gathering around the parliament. As you can see, police officials, APF, Nepal army have been deployed, and not only outside the premises but inside as well. Many of the protesters have attacked the leaders' houses and party office buildings here in Kathmandu. I'm reporting from Kathmandu, Nepal. I'm Saloni Murarka for WION.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Prime Crime is your front row seat to darkness.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide, because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One.
Hello and welcome back to our continuous coverage of what is unfolding at this moment in Nepal, where the Prime Minister of Nepal, KP Sharma Oli, has announced that he will resign and tender his resignation papers sometime this afternoon. We'll get you all the updates. But first, let's take a look as to what is making headlines at this hour. Now, Nepal's Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resigns amidst massive protests in capital Kathmandu and other Nepalese cities. And Nepal is on the boil even after the ban order on social media is withdrawn. All flights have been stopped at Kathmandu's Tribhuvan International Airport. Massive protests and violence has gripped the country. Curfew has been imposed in Kathmandu, and there are reports of arson and vandalism by the protesters. And the protesters set fire to Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli's private residence, demanding for accountability for Monday deaths. An all-party meeting had been called for this evening. India says it is closely monitoring the developments and has urged Indian nationals in Nepal to exercise caution. Security has been stepped up at the 1,700-kilometer long porous India-Nepal border. And the Indian Prime Minister does an aerial survey of the flood-hit areas in Himachal Pradesh, and he's also to visit Punjab to assess the situation and to monitor progress of the relief and rescue operations. And China launches a new remote sensing satellite from its space launch site Henan province. The Yangon 45 satellite will carry out scientific experiments and land resource surveys, and will also enable crop yield estimates. And there is rush hour chaos in London as the underground strike enters into its second full working day. The workers walk out on Sunday over pay and conditions, and the tube isn't expected to reopen until Friday morning. And global bonds are rallying up by about 20% from their 2022 lows as the markets ramp up expectations for renewed Federal Reserve rate cuts, signaling mounting confidence in easier monetary policy ahead. And North Korea celebrates its 77th anniversary of its founding with mass dance and fireworks. Flag hoisting ceremony and fireworks were set off in Pyongyang, and China sent its congratulatory message expressing willingness to strengthen cooperation. The Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has resigned amidst protests in the capital Kathmandu and other cities. Earlier, the demonstrators had gathered outside KP Sharma Oli's residence demanding accountability for Monday's fatalities. During the protest, the demonstrators also set fire to his private residence. The central office of the Nepali Congress in Sanepa was also reportedly vandalized. The Kathmandu District Administration Office has imposed an indefinite curfew inside the Ring Road area of the Nepalese capital, reintroducing restriction just hours after an earlier order was lifted. So according to reports, the police deployed tear gas to disperse the protesters, although the authorities stated that security forces had been instructed to exercise restraint and that no live ammunition was authorized. There have been reports of gunfire and bullet injuries. The Tribhuvan International Airport has been fully shut following the escalating demonstrations. The Nepalese army has been deployed to provide security at the airport. Earlier, Nepal's Agriculture Minister Ramnath Adhikari and the Health Minister Pradeep Paudel had both aligned with the Nepali Congress had resigned from their posts. Condemning the government crackdown, their resignation follows that of the Home Minister Ramesh Lekhak, who stepped down, taking moral responsibility for the government's handling of the protest. India, meanwhile, has raised concerns over the protest. In a statement, New Delhi said that it is closely monitoring the developments since yesterday and is deeply saddened by the loss of many young lives. Taking note that the authorities have imposed curfew in Kathmandu and several other cities in Nepal, it has advised Indian nationals to exercise caution and to adhere to the steps and guidance issued by the Nepali authorities. And my colleague Saloni Murarka has been tracking developments from the Kathmandu International Airport. Listening to what she had to say.
The situation has escalated in the capital, Kathmandu. Protesters have gathered around the Parliament building. This is the main gate that you see behind me, is the main gate of the Federal Parliament of Nepal. The protesters and the police clashed. The police fired tear gases. The other side hurled the stones on the police officials. Now they have just gathered around in front of the main Parliament gate. These young people want change in the Nepal's government system. They want the Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli's government to step down and want a directly elected Prime Minister. This is for the change that they want here in the nation, with the rising corruption, widening inequality, and just with this frustration, all the youngsters have come down on the streets of Kathmandu. The entire country has been witnessing these protests. Crowd has been increasing minute by minute. Protesters are gathering around the Parliament, as you can see. Police officials, APF, Nepal Army have been deployed, and not only outside the premises but inside as well. Many of the protesters have attacked the leaders' houses and party office buildings here in Kathmandu. I'm reporting from Kathmandu, Nepal. I'm Saloni Murarka for WION.
All right, now in a major setback to Thailand's influential Shinawatra family, the country's Supreme Court has sent the former Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra to jail for 1 year. The court ruled that Shinawatra had improperly served a 2023 prison term in a hospital suite and had ordered him to complete his prison sentence of 1 year. After returning to Thailand in August 2023, Thaksin was sentenced to 8 years for corruption and abuse of power, later commuted to 1 year. Now, instead of prison, he spent 6 months in a VIP hospital wing, sparking questions about special treatment. The court found his hospital stay wasn't a valid substitute for prison time, stating that he did not have a severe illness and his prolonged stay was a clear violation. Following the Supreme Court ruling, Thaksin was taken into custody at Bangkok Remand Prison to serve the remainder of his sentence. Now, ahead of the ruling, Thaksin Shinawatra arrived at the Supreme Court with his family, including former Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra, who was removed last month after a court found her guilty of an ethics violation for a politically compromising phone call with Cambodia's Senate President Hun Sen. Now, Paetongtarn Shinawatra said that her family remains strong despite her father Thaksin's prison sentence, while highlighting his role as a spiritual leader in Thai politics.
Today is another historic day that a Thai Prime Minister has to be in prison for the first time. This is quite tough, but of course our father and our family are still strong. We appreciate all support for my father and family. Thaksin remains a spiritual leader for Thai politics. He always thinks about the country and always intends to improve lives of Thai people.
In a message posted on social media, Thaksin Shinawatra thanked the king for reducing his prison sentence to 1 year, vowing to go through the judicial process. He said that his proudest moment was pushing policies to uplift people's livelihoods when he was the Prime Minister from 2001 to 2006. Now, thanking his supporters and members of the Pheu Thai party, the former Prime Minister wrote that while he may no longer have freedom, he has freedom of thought to create benefit for the country and the people. In the latest escalation of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, Ukraine's Air Force says that the Russian forces had launched 84 drones overnight into Tuesday. Of these, 60 were shot down by the Ukrainian air defenses. The drones were fired from Bryansk, Kirks, Milerovo, amongst others, with 23 of them striking targets across 10 locations. Meanwhile, in Russia, a man was killed in a Ukrainian drone attack on the Black Sea city of Sochi. Regional officials say that 6 residential homes were also damaged, and Russia's defense ministry claims that it intercepted 31 Ukrainian drones overnight, 15 of them over the Black Sea. In a related development, rising tensions are also being witnessed along Russia's border with Finland. Former Russian President and Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev has accused Helsinki of preparing for war with Russia, pointing to Finland's NATO membership and what he calls provocative NATO military exercises. Now, writing an opinion piece published by TASS, Medvedev criticized the establishment of NATO's Land Forces Command Center in the Finnish city of Mikkeli, close to the Russian border. Now, both sides are visibly fortifying their positions. Last month, Finland announced new defenses along its eastern frontier. And just last weekend, Moscow revealed that it too was reinforcing security measures on its border with Finland, in response to what it has described as Helsinki's unfriendly actions. The Finland, remember, formally joined the NATO military alliance in April 2023, citing its security concerns over Russia. Now, the Israeli military has ordered for the complete evacuation of all Palestinians from Gaza City ahead of its ground invasion. This warning by the Israeli forces marks the first widespread evacuation order of all of Gaza City. Remember, it has given such evacuation orders in the past as well, pushing all Palestinians to the south. Now, the previous warnings issued by the IDF in recent days had included specific buildings and the area surrounding them. Now, the IDF's recent statement is aligned with Netanyahu's earlier call for all Palestinians to leave their homes in Gaza City. Now, Netanyahu had said that the Israeli troops are being assembled to enter into the Palestinian territory's main urban center that has been bombed to rubble.
In the past 2 days, 50 towers have been brought down by the Air Force. All of this is just a prelude, the opening stage of a much larger and more intense operation, a ground maneuver by our forces, who are now preparing to enter Gaza City.
Now, the Israeli media says that 4 Israeli soldiers were killed in fighting with Hamas on an army camp near Gaza City. According to the initial investigation, the Hamas fighters reached a tank when it was stationed at the entrance to the encampment and then hurled an explosive into the tank, killing the 4 Israeli soldiers. Now, the IDF then returned fire at the fleeing Hamas fighters and then hit at least 2 of them. Now, the IDF forces have been carrying out attacks. They have been repeatedly bombing the high-rise buildings that are still standing in Gaza City over the last several days. Now, the Israelis have destroyed at least about 50 high-rise buildings in Gaza City. And what is interesting is this: Israel is accusing Hamas of putting surveillance infrastructure in any building that is still left standing in Gaza. In a separate development, the IDF raided the house of one of the two Palestinian gunmen who killed 6 people in Jerusalem on Monday. The United Nations has condemned the shooting as a terror attack. Meanwhile, the organizers of the Gaza-bound aid flotilla claimed that one of their boats was hit by a suspected drone. Now, the boat is currently in the Tunisian port of Sidi Bou, and the footage of this drone strike has surfaced. However, Tunisia's National Guard has said that it did not detect any drones, and an investigation is underway as to what actually attacked this ship of the flotilla. The French President Emmanuel Macron is facing calls for his impeachment after Prime Minister François Bayrou lost the vote of confidence in the National Assembly. So as left-wing lawmakers claimed victory after Bayrou's government fell to a vote of confidence, the parliamentary leader of France Unbowed Party, Mathilde Panot, said that the parliamentary group will file a motion to impeach French President Emmanuel Macron.
The France Unbowed Parliamentary Group will file a motion tomorrow to impeach the President of the Republic because the problem for the country and the deadlock for the country is him. And starting from September 10th, we will be everywhere alongside French men and women who will block the country's economy to say enough is enough.
The Monday's vote, which saw 364 deputies voting against Bayrou's government and only 194 in favour, marked the end of his 9-month tenure as Prime Minister. The François Bayrou is all set to submit his resignation to the President today. Now, before the vote, François Bayrou had warned the lawmakers that the need for tough decisions to address the country's soaring debt, which has climbed to 113% of the GDP. Bayrou's government had proposed a budget plan that would require 44 billion euros in savings, but it was met with resistance from both the left and the right wings.
Dear lawmakers, you have the power to make the government fall, but you cannot erase the reality. The reality will remain inescapable. The spending will continue to rise even more, and the burden of debt that's already unbearable will become more and more heavy and more costly.
The French socialists called on Macron to negotiate with the left after the Bayrou government was ousted.
If Macron loves this country, if he cares about the interests of the French, if he doesn't want to leave the far right as the only alternative, then, as I said, he should come and find us.
The Unionists in Clermont-Ferrand, France, celebrated the ousting of Prime Minister François Bayrou's government by gathering in front of the local town hall. They toasted with beer and wine while calling for President Emmanuel Macron's resignation. Now, amidst the widespread celebrations, many Parisians are worried about the future after the parliament voted to remove the government over the ballooning debt.
I'm particularly worried about the aftermath of events, how things will evolve in this very strange context. This is something I've never seen before, political discourse based on hatred, and that's it. So what we're experiencing now is really, it's a little scandalous.
Très bizarre.
Norway's Labour Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre is all set to continue as the Prime Minister after the Social Democrat Labour Party won re-elections, despite a surge in support for the right-wing Progress Party. With a turnout of 78.9%, the highest participation rate recorded since 1989, Norway's parliamentary election became a close fought between the two blocs, the centre-left and the right. However, the election also saw a record surge in support for the anti-immigration, anti-establishment Progress Party, which doubled its score from the 2021 election. Supporters of Jonas Gahr were in high spirits on Monday night as they waited at the headquarters of the Labour Party in Oslo, following a closely fought campaign. Now, addressing the crowd, Prime Minister Gahr Store thanked his supporters and said that the victory showed it's possible for social democratic parties to win elections, even with right-wing forces are on the rise in Europe. The Finance Minister Jens Stoltenberg echoed these words, saying that if there is any lesson that is to be learned for the rest of Europe, it is that it is possible to win in a campaign where you have a strong populist right that is gaining support at the expense of the traditional Conservative Party.
I think if there is any lesson to be learned for the rest of Europe, is that it is possible to win in a campaign where you have a strong populist right that is, I think, gaining support on the expenses of the traditional Conservative Party, but the Social-democratic Party and the centre-left actually won this election with a clear margin.
Now, wealth tax has been a dominant factor in the election campaign. Labour Party has maintained that scrapping it would cost $3.3 billion per year.
I didn't put the wealth tax on that agenda. I think it is fair that the most wealthy among us pay their contribution. It's been the parties of the right who wanted to take that entirely away, benefiting 1% of the population. I think that goes against the deep sense of fairness and solidarity from Norwegians.
One of the richest countries in the world, GDP per person in Norway is the 6th highest, one place above the US. Norway is a stalwart member of NATO and a strong supporter of Ukraine's defense against Russia. It isn't a member of the European Union, but it has very close economic ties with the 27-nation bloc. Sandro Tonali has saved Italy's World Cup qualifying campaign. The four-time champions edged Israel in a 9-goal thriller, with the Newcastle forward scoring an injury-time winner. And this was technically Israel's home game, but due to the ongoing security concerns amidst the Israeli war on the Gaza Strip, the match was moved to a neutral venue in Hungary. The game took place less than a month after the Italian Soccer Coaches Association called for Israel's suspension from international competition. On the field, Italy came in under pressure after a 3-0 loss to Norway in June left their World Cup qualifying campaign in trouble. Israel took an early lead through an own goal. Moise Kean responded to level for Italy before half-time. Now, Israel regained the lead early in the second half, but Kean scored again to make it 2-2. Now, Matteo Politano then put Italy in front in the 59th minute with a well-worked finish off a back-heel flick. Giacomo Raspadori made double the lead in the 81st minute, and Italy looked to be in control, but Israel struck again to make it 4-3. And then in a huge error, Alejandro Bastoni scored an own goal to level the game at 4-4. Now, Italy's World Cup hopes were hanging by a thread, but in stoppage time, Tonali launched a curling shot from distance. It looked harmless, but somehow made its way through a crowd of players and into the net. The result moves them above Israel into the second position in Europe's Group 1. And Italy have not qualified for the World Cup since 2014, but with this dramatic win, their hopes remain very much alive.
I'm sorry that someone misunderstood. I only said that we were unlucky to get Israel in our group because it's a good team, because they have players who can cause us problems. If you look at what I actually said, I also said I'm sorry for what's happening. I'm a man of peace, peace for everyone. But I never said I was sorry that we have to play against Israel.
I believe that I'm a football coach. I came here to play football against the national team of Italy. I'm in football since I was 4 years old, and it's taken me a lot of years to come to the place that I'm staying here. I just want to tell you one thing. I believe that we have a super moral and amazing country. I trust my people. We are trusting our army and soldiers, and I'm standing behind my country.
And with that's a wrap on this edition of our newscast. Stay tuned to WION.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the US.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of. A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA. Join the conversation.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide, because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, world is one.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
Thanks for staying tuned to WION. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our top focus remains on all that's happening in Nepal. Quickly a check of the top headlines this hour. Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resigns amid protests in capital Kathmandu and other cities. As protests escalate nationwide, the Nepali army begins evacuating ministers from their residences using helicopters. The move comes after a series of arson and vandalism incidents targeting ministers and senior officials' houses. India says it is closely monitoring developments, urges Indian citizens in Nepal to exercise caution. Security stepped up on the 1700-kilometer porous India-Nepal border amid concerns of trouble elements entering India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi does aerial survey of flood-hit areas in Himachal Pradesh to also visit Punjab to assess the situation and monitor progress of relief and rescue operations. China launches new remote sensing satellite from its spacecraft launch site. The Yuagan 45 satellite will carry out scientific experiments and land resource surveys and enable crop yield estimates and disaster prevention as well as relief work. North Korea celebrates 77th anniversary of its founding with mass dance and fireworks, flag hoisting ceremony and fireworks in Pyongyang. China even sends congratulatory message, expresses willingness to strengthen cooperation. Rush hour chaos in London as the underground strike enters its second full working day. Workers walked out on Sunday over pay and conditions. The tube is not expected to reopen until Friday morning. Apple's big product reveal may fall flat with investors. Despite a strong recent rally, analysts warn weak AI progress and limited iPhone upgrades could cap near-term gains. Alexander Isak makes his season debut, but Sweden fall 2-0 to Kosovo in 2026 World Cup qualifying. The win lifts Kosovo to second in Group B, while Sweden slipped to third position. And with focus on Nepal, situation in the country remains extremely volatile. KP Sharma Oli has resigned as a Prime Minister amid protests in capital Kathmandu and other cities. In fact, earlier demonstrators even gathered outside KP Oli's residence, demanding accountability for Monday's fatalities. Also during the protest, demonstrators set fire to his residence. The central office of the Nepali Congress in Sinapa was also vandalized by the protesters. The Kathmandu District Administration Office has imposed an indefinite curfew inside the ring road area of the Nepalese capital, reintroducing restrictions just hours after an earlier order was lifted. So even as curfew remains in place, it's been defied by the protesters, as is evident in the visuals that have surfaced from Kathmandu and adjoining areas. According to reports, police even deployed tear gas to disperse the crowd. Although authorities stated that security forces had been instructed to exercise restraint and that no live ammunition was authorized, there have been reports of gunfire and bullet injuries. The Tribhuvan International Airport has been fully closed following escalating demonstrations. The Nepali army has been deployed to provide security at the airport. Earlier, Nepal's Agriculture Minister Ramnath Adhikari and Health Minister Pradeep Podal, both aligned with the Nepali Congress, have resigned from their posts. Their posts condemn the government crackdown. In fact, their resignation follows that of Home Minister Ramesh Lekhak, who stepped down, taking moral responsibility for the government's handling of the protest. And while the situation remains extremely volatile in Nepal, neighbouring country India has also raised concerns over the protest, the arson, the violence that's been taking place for the last couple of hours. In a statement, India has said that it is closely monitoring the developments since yesterday and is deeply saddened by the loss of many young lives. Taking note that authorities have imposed curfew in Kathmandu and several other cities in Nepal, it advised Indian nationals there to exercise caution and adhere to steps and guidance issued by the Nepali authorities. An investigation committee has also been formed to look into the violence in the country. It has been given 15 days' time to prepare a report looking into the aspects of how the situation escalated and the possible factors behind it. Parallelly, UNICEF said that it is deeply alarmed by reports of violence against children. UN resident coordinator for the country described the situation so unlike Nepal and feared that casualty numbers may even rise. The European Union also in a statement expressed its deep regrets over the death and violence of the ongoing demonstrations in the country. And let's also take a listen in to the ground report that's been sent by a correspondent, Saloni Murarka from Kathmandu.
I'm standing at the moment at the International Airport of Nepal, where you see there is a heavy deployment of army officials who have been deployed to secure the airport premises. And while on this side, the protesters are trying to barge inside the compound of the airport. The international airport is on high alert. The airport authorities have informed that the international wing of the airport has been shut down for a while for security reasons. And these protesters here believe that many of the leaders and the Prime Minister will try to flee the country, and that's what they want to stop that from happening from. And these protesters say that today we are on ground for their friends, for the friends that they have lost in the protest yesterday. and to end the corruption, to topple the government and demand the resignation of the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. Many of the cabinet ministers of his government have stepped down, especially from his key coalition partner Nepali Congress. Now it is yet to see what will happen and how long will this government last. I'm Saloni Murarka reporting from Kathmandu for WION Nepal.
And while curfew remains in place in the country, the visuals that have surfaced show how the protesters have been defying the orders with arson and vandalism, the violence that's been quite rampant for the last 24 hours or so. Let's go across to Sanjeev Funyal, who's joining us live from Kathmandu. He's a fact-checker editor at News Checker. If you can give us a sense of what's happening at the moment. KP Sharma Oli has, of course, resigned from his position. Have the authorities been able to pacify the situation at present, or are there still protests quite rampant, not just in Kathmandu, but adjoining areas as well?
Yes, thank you for having me. Actually, yeah, the protests are taking place across several places, like not just in the major area of Kathmandu, but even like small police posts and some colleges. Yeah, I heard. I was just passing by a little while ago that they also vandalized this Nami college in Jorpati, and many police posts that it will take a few days to gather the perfect data on what sort of vandalism took place and arson attack. Yeah, the situation is still not under control.
Right, Mr. Funyal, if you can hear us, point taken, but if you can once again tell us what exactly could be the trigger point. Do you think it is only the crackdown on social media ban, which has of course now been lifted, or something bigger which has led to a point as this, where we are seeing rampant protests, arson, vandalism, and the Prime Minister also tendering his resignation?
Yeah, actually, the things started going worse. It is not just social media, the ban on social media platform. Actually, the youths are really frustrated, and actually, the protest was aimed at. Actually against corruption and impunity, and of course, like, it was added by the restrictions on freedom of expression after the ban on social media. And this Gen Z, this group which has come out on the streets to protest against the government, actually was really frustrated with the way the things were functioning, and actually this recent ban had obviously triggered the situation, and it really like fueled the small fire.
Mr. Funyal, also, if you can tell us, now that KP Sharma Oli has relinquished power, what is next? Because reports suggest that it was the army chief who actually asked KP Sharma Oli to tender his resignation, and we're now given to understand that it could be the army that could take over and take charge of all that's happening in the country.
Well, it's too early to say like what will be the next course of action given the volatile situation. But the thing is that it will be the president who will accept the resignation of the prime minister, and then he's also the chief of he's head of Nepal Army, and he will be actually calling for the formation of new government, but that should be the course of action. But we still have to wait and see how things will pan out till later today. This is a really unpredictable situation now. Yes, but it is not the army. Actually, your question was it was not the army chief who asked him to resign, but newspaper editorials and media fraternity and several major newspapers ran headlines, ran editorials calling for the resignation of prime minister, and how he has failed to handle the situation. And then so it is, we can't say that it was the army chief who, because of him, that he resigned.
Yes, Mr. Funyal, point taken. Like you mentioned, that there's been anti-government sentiment that's been building over the past few months. If you can tell us what exactly have been the specific demands of the protesters, the general public from the government.
Yeah, the main reason, actually, they had planned a protest against the government, government and nepotism. Actually, the nepotism and this corruption that was rampant, and in their eyes, actually. So that really triggered them for the protest, and then this sudden restrictions on the freedom of expression, like the sudden ban on the social media, has really triggered the situation.
Yes. Also, Mr. Funyal, if you can quickly give a sense of what's the situation on the ground at present. Reports suggest, and even a reporter telling us, that at least 19 people have lost their lives in these protests. Is there any specific figure that is known as of yet? Because from what we understand, the death toll could even rise in wake of such scale of violence and unrest in the country.
Yeah. As of now, the death toll has been put at only 19, but we've heard that hundreds of people have been injured, and some of a dozen and scores of them are severely injured, and they could succumb to their injuries. So the death toll could rise.
Yes, and is the situation only limited to Kathmandu and adjoining areas, or tensions have only been building in not just Kathmandu but across the cities in Nepal?
Yeah, the tensions have definitely spread. Even yesterday, even in the eastern city of Nepal, Itahari, 2 people died. So, and not just in eastern Nepal, also in western Nepal, the protests have erupted across several cities across the city. So this protest has gone beyond imagination. So this is something really unprecedented.
Yes, and as we speak, we understand that India-Nepal border is, of course, on high alert amid these protests that have been triggered as a result of the social media crackdown. Talk to us if the Kathmandu airport is functional at the moment, or is it still shut because of the protesters staging a demonstration just outside the airport?
Yeah, I just a little while ago I heard that this Kathmandu airport has been shut completely, even for international airlines. And a little while ago, a few hours ago, the airport has already had shut down domestic airlines. And then later, the flights that were inbound for Kathmandu airport, they were allowed to land, but now it has been completely shut for the safety reasons. The Civil Aviation Authority Nepal chief confirmed it that it was sought for security reasons, because there are so many arson attacks around the airport, which is close to the city and the main protest area.
Yes, Mr. Funyal, for the viewers also who are watching this broadcast, who would want to get a better understanding of what's happening at the moment, if you can put the facts here, how many ministers have resigned as of now, the houses that have been vandalized of these VIPs, the ministers, and how many of these ministers have been evacuated to safer places by the army choppers?
Oh yeah, this is a bit tricky to say this is to give the exact figure of how many numbers of ministers have been evacuated to the secured places. But yeah, the major three political parties, the headquarters of major three political parties, the Nepali Congress, the CPN-UML, and the Maoist and the CPN Maoist have been vandalized and torched. And apart from that, the Agriculture Minister resigned this morning. Home Minister Lekhak resigned yesterday itself, and other this Rashtriya Swatantra Party lawmakers have resigned, and this Chief Minister of Madhya Province has resigned. So there are gradually the numbers of ministers resigning are increasing.
Yes. Mr. Fonial, I will request you to stay with us. Let's take a listen in to this ground report that was filed by our correspondent Saloni Murarka just a short while ago.
I'm standing at the moment at the international airport of Nepal, where you see there's a heavy deployment of army officials who have been deployed to secure the airport premises. And while on this side, the protesters are trying to barge inside the compound of the airport. The international airport is on high alert. The airport authorities have informed that the international wing of the airport has been shut down for a while for security reasons. And these protesters here believe that many of the leaders and the Prime Minister will try to flee the country, and that's what they want to stop that from happening from. And these protesters say that today we are on ground for their friends, for the friends that they have lost in the protest yesterday, and to end the corruption, to topple the government and demand the resignation of the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. Many of the cabinet ministers of his government have stepped down, especially from his key coalition partner Nepali Congress. Now it is yet to see what will happen and how long will this government last. I'm Saloni Murarka reporting from Kathmandu for WION Nepal.
Yes, Mr. Fonial continues to be with us. Mr. Fonial, you are live from Kathmandu. Once again, if you can give us an understanding of what's happening at the moment, one, and also if you can talk to us about the general sentiment that is pervasive across the country, because from what it appears that there is an anti-government sentiment, of course, and a lot of these people were actually demanding the resignation of KP Sharma Oli from his post.
Yeah, the situation right now is really grim. Actually, people are at in a way they are at loss. They cannot say for sure like what will happen next, since this was not expected at all, and the government could not handle it properly. And I think the way the violence is spreading today, even despite the coffee orders, that means that yesterday's loss of life in lives in police action and the government's handling of the crisis actually stoked today's conflict. So today's the violence. So this is really spiraling out of control. Things are.
Yes, Mr. Fonial, just one quick point before we let you go. If you can talk to us about the situation at present just outside the airport. Are these protesters specifically lined up outside the airport and are not even letting those VIPs to be evacuated, probably in wake of all that's happening?
Yeah, this one actually I am not close to the airport, so as of my knowledge, so they were staging protests earlier, but what happened now, I still need to check it, because I cannot tell you for sure like what has happened right now, since my internet had also gone a little while ago, so it is too early to say like whether they have allowed the VIPs to enter or not.
Yes, Mr. Fonial, and also many of us would also want to understand what happens next, while the situation is extremely unpredictable as of now. Is there going to be a presidential rule next? If you can give us an understanding about that.
Yeah, as for the next course of action, I hope will be the president will call for the formation of a new government, and since he is the chief of the army, and the army will provide the security to the state army along with other security agencies, and yeah, he will call for the formation of new government, another interim. It could be interim government or according to the constitution of Nepal.
Yes, and one can only hope that this actually placates the concerns of the general public. Mr. Fonial, appreciate you joining us on the broadcast. Hope you are safe. But as we speak, situation is volatile and unpredictable as well, with KP Sharma Oli having resigned from the post of Prime Ministership. And for now, we head into a very short break. Stay tuned to WION as we continue tracking all that's happening in Nepal. Our rolling coverage from Kathmandu continues.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide, because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the US.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of. A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA. Join the conversation.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Wherever they enter and across kilometers away, you will find that they are doing these violations.
They have no water to drink. It's all contaminated. Young people who are around 19 start looking like 50s.
Pharma lobby is so politically powerful that no government has acted against them. It gives an impression that there is a regulation.
Now this has got a serious implications of the next generation dangers of the society.
Thanks for staying tuned to WION. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our top focus remains on all that's happening in Nepal. Situation remains extremely tense as even as KP Sharma Oli has resigned from the post of Prime Ministership. We are tracking all those details. First, a quick check of the headlines. A Russian airstrike on a village in Donetsk Oblast kills over 20 people, claims Ukrainian President Zelensky. The bombing took place as pensions were being distributed in the village, says the Ukrainian president. Former Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resigns from his post amid protests in capital Kathmandu and other cities. As protests escalate nationwide, the Nepali army has begun evacuating ministers from their residences using choppers. The move comes after a series of arson and vandalism incidents targeted ministers and senior officials' houses. India says it is closely monitoring developments, urges Indian citizens in Nepal to exercise caution. Security stepped up on the 1700-kilometer porous India-Nepal border amid concerns of trouble elements entering India. Prime Minister Modi does aerial survey of flooded areas in Himachal Pradesh to also visit Punjab to assess the situation and monitor progress of relief and rescue operations. Apple's big product reveal may fall flat with investors despite a strong recent rally. Analysts warn weak AI progress and limited iPhone upgrades could cap near-term gains. Alexander Isak makes his season debut, but Sweden fall 2-0 to Kosovo in 2026 World Cup qualifying. The win lifts Kosovo to second in Group B, while Sweden slipped to third position. Nepal is in turmoil. The Prime Minister has resigned. Kathmandu is burning. This comes a day after 19 people were killed and over 400 injured. The anger boiled on the streets. The youth came out in even larger numbers. The question is, what's behind this anger, and is it only the ban on social media platforms? Take a look at the story as we take you close to the scene of action. Ground reports from Kathmandu. Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has resigned amid protests in capital Kathmandu and other cities. Earlier in the day, demonstrators even gathered outside Oli's residence demanding accountability for Monday's fatalities. And during the protest, demonstrators set fire to his residence. The central office of the Nepali Congress was also vandalized. The Kathmandu District Administration Office has imposed an indefinite curfew inside the Ring Road area of the Nepalese capital, which reintroduces restrictions just hours after an earlier order was lifted. According to reports, police even deployed tear gas to disperse the crowd. Although authorities stated that security forces had been instructed to exercise restraint and that no live ammunition was authorized, there were reports of gunfire and bullet injuries in the city. The Tribhuvan International Airport has been fully closed as of now following escalating demonstrations. The Nepali army has been deployed to provide security at the airport. WION's Saloni Murarka brings you this report just outside the airport.
I'm standing at the moment at the International Airport of Nepal, where you see there's a heavy deployment of army officials who have been deployed to secure the airport premises. And while on this side, the protesters are trying to barge inside the compound of the airport, the international airport is on high alert. The airport authorities have informed that the international wing of the airport has been shut down for a while for security reasons. And these protesters here believe that many of the leaders and the Prime Minister will try to flee the country, and that's what they want to stop that from happening from. And these protesters say that today we are on ground for their friends, for the friends that they have lost in the protest yesterday, and to end the corruption, to topple the government and demand the resignation of the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. Many of the cabinet ministers of his government have stepped down, especially from his key coalition partner Nepali Congress. Now it is yet to see what will happen and how long will this government last. I'm Saloni Murarka reporting from Kathmandu for WION Nepal.
Earlier, Nepal's Agriculture Minister Ramnath Adhikari and Health Minister Pradeep Podal, both aligned with the Nepali Congress, resigned from their posts, condemning the government crackdown. In fact, their resignation follows that of the Home Minister Ramesh Lehak, who stepped down, taking moral responsibility for the government's handling of the protest. And while the situation remains extremely tense in Nepal, neighbouring country India has also raised alarm over the protest. In a statement, India said that it is closely monitoring the developments since yesterday and is deeply saddened by the loss of many young lives. Taking note that authorities have imposed curfew in Kathmandu and several other cities in Nepal, it has even advised Indian nationals there to exercise caution and adhere to the steps and guidance issued by the Nepali authorities. An investigation committee has also been formed to look into the violence. It's been given 15 days' time to prepare a report looking into the aspects of how the situation escalated and the possible factors behind the unrest. Meanwhile, UNICEF chief said that it is deeply alarmed by reports of violence against children. Also, UN resident coordinator for the country described the situation so unlike Nepal that feared that casualty numbers will rise. The European Union, in a statement, also expressed its deep regrets over the deaths and violence of the ongoing demonstrations. Shifting focus for now, North Korea has conducted the final round test of a solid fuel rocket engine that's been designed for intercontinental ballistic missile. My colleague Jyotsna Kumar gets you the details.
Kim Jong-un, who inspected the test, said that the development of high-thrust carbon fiber solid fuel engine heralds an important change in strengthening and expanding the Democratic People's Republic of Korea's nuclear strategic force. Now, according to KCNA, it was the 9th ground jet test and the last one in the development process. The engine is built with carbon fiber and is capable of producing 1,971 kilonewtons of thrust, more powerful than past models. The engine reportedly will be used in the next generation CBM Hwasong 20. The country recently announced that it has begun developing the Hwasong 20, which it said was capable of striking the U.S. mainland. Now, this marks the first public disclosure of a next-generation ICBM, a year after it, of course, referred to the Hwasong 19 as the final version. Now, the Hwasong 19, which will also be powered by the high-thrust solid fuel engine, was tested in October last year. It was launched on a sharply lofted trajectory from an area near the North's capital and splashed about 300 kilometers west of Japan's Hokkaido, recording the North's longest ever ICBM flight time. According to South Korea and Japan, the missile recorded a flight time of about 87 minutes, longer than the last ICBM test launch in December 2023. Now, Hwasong 18, which of course clocked at 73 minutes. Hwasong 18, fueled by solid propellant and fired from a road launcher, was also launched at a sharply raised angle and gave a flight time that could translate to a potential range of 15,000 kilometers on a normal trajectory.
Now, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is facing serious questions after a data leak from his time in office. Dubbed the Boris Johnson files, the files are a trove of leaked data from the former Prime Minister's office and contains 2 GB of documents like emails, letters, invoices, spreadsheets, speeches and business contracts as well. Some of these are confidential government documents and other sensitive materials. Now, according to The Guardian, that claims to have accessed these files, the former Conservative leader used the relationships he forged in office to facilitate his personal enrichment. The Guardian claims that Boris Johnson received £240,000 shortly after a secretive meeting that was held in February last year with Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and hedge fund manager Martin Peterman as well, whom he has also hosted for a private lunch at Chequers during his final days as Prime Minister. A year before that, he signed a contract with Peterman's Merlin advisors as well. The contract is assumed to have been worth up to £1.6 million per year. Johnson has denied having any contractual relationship with Merlin, saying that he was only acting as a diplomatic back channel. Records, however, show that an invoice matching the contract terms was sent shortly after the Venezuela trip and marked as paid in the month of May last year. The Guardian even claims that its report is based on a leak that was obtained by non-profit distributed denial of secrets. The scandal is raising ethical questions about Johnson's post-prime ministerial conduct, transparency and use of his former office for personal financial gain. Now, massive uproar in Australia over the controversial comments of Australian Senator Jacinta Napi-Ninja tries targeting Indian community in the continent. In a radio interview last week, the Liberal Party senator shocked the nation by claiming that an unsustainable flood of Indian migrants has been allowed into Australia not for the common good, but to sway votes in favour of the government's centre-left Labour Party. These comments have not only struck a nerve with the Australian Indian community, but have also been met with fury from political figures. Prime Minister Albanese spoke out firmly, saying that the senator's claims are not only untrue, but also deeply hurtful to the many Indian Australians who have contributed immensely to the country's social, economic and cultural fabric. The timing of Price's remarks could not be more insensitive. Statistics show that 100,000 Indian-born people were living in Australia in 2023, which is more than double over the previous decade. In response to rising tensions, the New South Wales state government even convened a meeting of community groups to address increasing anti-Australian Indian sentiment. The situation is serious. India's foreign ministry has stepped in to demand answers from Canberra. For more updates, our correspondent Dasuni has sent us this report.
While the comments made by Liberal Party Senator Jacinta Pearce have certainly hurt the Indian community across Australia, it appears that she is in no way, shape or form apologising to the critical comments made by her. Now, this comes at a time where the anti-immigrant sentiment appears to be simmering across Australia, particularly with widespread protests that were held recently in many states across the country. The Indian community here in Australia is quite significant, not just only in their presence, but also in terms of their contribution to the Australian economy. Reporting for WION from Melbourne, I'm Dasmia Thalgar.
Now, one of Africa's most controversial projects, the Grand Ethiopian Dam, has been inaugurated despite concerns that have been raised over its water supply by downstream countries Egypt and Sudan. The US federal debt
It's a $1 billion project, one that promises to change Ethiopia's fortunes while also raising concerns among neighboring nations. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, or GERD, is estimated at $5 billion on the Blue Nile River. This engineering wonder stretches 1.8 kilometers wide and 475 feet high. This massive hydroelectric dam expects to double its electricity output, producing more than 5,000 megawatts, which will benefit millions of households and industries across the country.
I am excited with the progress of the dam, and we want to see more development. We also want more electricity to be part of our daily life, and we're all excited as members of the community.
Previously, our daily lives relied on kerosene lamps and charcoal, which posed significant challenges. We would transport firewood to the market, selling it to buy kerosene and bread for our children. However, with the completion of the dam, our entire community is now happy.
While Ethiopians celebrate their monumental achievement, neighboring Sudan and Egypt remain wary, warning that the dam's impact could have far-reaching and devastating consequences for their countries. Reports say the Egyptian government is implementing measures such as reduced consumption and irrigation water recycling, while Sudan has cautioned that unregulated water release could lead to unpredictable flooding or prolonged droughts. In a joint statement last week, Egypt and Sudan said the dam breached international law, stating that they consider water security a national security concern.
Countries must agree on a number of other issues, not only, flagging, the worries of dry season, the drought season, but it is always important in international relations, especially in the case of shared water resources, to sit down and agree, negotiate what kind of water use in which country, and prepare master plans for division of labor in terms of, economic development that helps each country.
As tensions in the region escalate over the dam, Ethiopia believes this can be resolved through sustainable water management.
While building the dam, the amount of water, what they are getting from GERD, especially during the dry months, is 3 to 4 months, 3 to 4 fold what they used to get before the dam. This means on the expense of the dam we built, they can have their irrigation land 3 to 4 fold, they can increase that. Because we are providing more water during the dry months. This is a big blessing for them.
The inauguration of the mega dam is set to draw international attention as Ethiopia navigates through its domestic priorities and trans-border resource management. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
Now, the US federal debt is on track to reach $150 trillion by 2055. According to the Congressional Budget Office, this translates to nearly $1.6 million per household compared to about $274,000 at present. Now, the debt to GDP ratio is projected to climb to 169%, far above the current 123% and well above the 50-year average. Historically, deficits this large have only occurred during World War II, but projections now show deficits above 5% of GDP every single year until 2055. This debt surge is not just an accounting issue, it reflects how the US is choosing to fund tax cuts, social programs, defense, and now tariffs. However, the bigger question is who bears the cost of this? Well, future generations could face high taxes, reduced benefits, or fewer public investments in education and infrastructure as more money goes to interest payments. Recent policy choices are amplifying fiscal pressures. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act extends tax cuts while cutting social spending, adding trillions to the debt. Trump's new tariffs bring short-term revenue but risk weaker growth and higher inflation. Moody's has already downgraded US debt, warning of worsening sustainability in the country. Rising interest payments now exceed defense spending, raising fears of a fiscal dominance scenario where the Federal Reserve may be forced to prioritize government financing over inflation control. This poses risks of higher inflation and reduced investor confidence in US debt. And for now, we should focus to breaking news inputs that are just trickling in. Russian aerial assaults continue in Ukraine. In fact, this is the latest that's coming in. Ukrainian President Zelensky has claimed that at least 20 Ukrainians have been killed in a Russian strike in eastern Donetsk region. So latest assault being carried out by the Russian forces. This is in the Donetsk region. Zelensky says that 20 people have lost their lives in this Russian assault. The strikes targeted ordinary civilians with an aerial bomb in the rural settlement in Donetsk region. Zelensky even claims that the attacks took place at the very moment when pensions were being dispersed. So this is at the time when pensions were being dispersed to the people that the assault was carried out, in which 20 Ukrainians lost their lives, as claimed by the Ukrainian president. Important to note here that earlier Ukrainian Air Force claimed that Russian forces launched 84 drones overnight into Ukraine, and of these, 60 were shot down by Ukrainian air defenses. The drones were fired from a region which is Milerovo, among others, with 23 of them striking targets across 10 locations. Parallelly, in Russia, a man was killed in a Ukrainian drone attack on the Black Sea city of Sochi, where regional officials say that 6 residential houses were also damaged in attacks carried out by the Ukrainian Defense Force. Russia's defense ministry has, has claimed that it intercepted 31 Ukrainian drones overnight, 15 of them over the Black Sea. So these are strikes and counter-strikes being carried out by the Russian and the Ukrainian army. The latest one that's been carried out by the Russian army, in which 20 Ukrainians are said to have lost their lives. Now, President Donald Trump took to social media to launch a fiery critique to actor Tom Hanks, alleging that the Hollywood star had been cancelled from a prestigious West Point Award ceremony due to his woke and destructive political views. The controversy reportedly began with a last-minute shake-up at the US Military Academy's annual Thayer Awards ceremony, which honors an outstanding citizen whose service and accomplishments embody the duty-honor country. While Hanks had been widely speculated as this year's recipient, sources close to the Academy, speaking on condition of anonymity, indicated his invitation was withdrawn at the 11th hour. The alleged decision, which has not been officially confirmed by West Point officials, drew a swift and vehement response from the president. In a post on social media platform, Trump wrote, and I quote, they were right to cancel the Thayer Award for Tom Hollywood Hanks, a man who profits from celebrating our military while pushing a woke and destructive agenda that weakens our great country. West Point does not need that kind of a fake patriot. So sad, unquote, is what the post said. In fact, it quickly went viral, igniting a fierce debate among supporters and critics alike. Trump's followers hailed the military academy for allegedly taking a stand against what they call liberal influence, while others condemned the remarks as an unprovoked attack on one of America's most beloved figures. The US Military Academy has not issued any statement yet on the claims. Tom Hanks' representatives have not yet commented on the matter. The actor is a frequent advocate for his historical preservation and military veterans, and has a long history of portraying American servicemen in critically acclaimed films like Saving Private Ryan and Greyhound as well.
Tom, one question.
And for now, we head into a very short break. Stay tuned to WION as we continue our rolling coverage on all that's happening in Nepal.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate tracker on WION World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is One.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate tracker on WION World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Hello and welcome. You're watching WION World is One. My name is Mohammed Saleh, and let's start this broadcast by taking a quick look as to what is making headlines at this hour. A Russian airstrike on a village in the Donetsk Oblast kills over 20, claims the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The bombings took place as pensions were being distributed in the village. The Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resigns amidst widespread protests in capital Kathmandu and other cities. And India says it is very closely monitoring the developments and urges all Indian nationals in Nepal to exercise caution. Security has been stepped up along the 1,700-kilometer long porous India-Nepal border. And the Indian Prime Minister does an aerial survey of the flooded areas in Himachal Pradesh, and he's also to visit Punjab to assess the situation and to monitor the progress of relief and rescue operations. And the US Consumer Borrowing Index jumped to $40.8 billion in August, the biggest increase in 3 months, led by the rising credit card debt. This surge points to stronger consumer spending, which could impact economic growth and Federal Reserve decisions on interest rates. And Alexander Isak makes his season debut, with Sweden fall 2-0 to Kosovo in 2026 World Cup qualifying. The win lifts Kosovo to the second position in Group B, while Sweden have now slipped to the third position. Now, Nepal is in turmoil. The Prime Minister has resigned. Kathmandu is burning, and a day after 19 people were killed and 400 others were injured. The anger boiled over in the streets. The youth came out in even larger numbers. So what's behind this anger? Is it only the ban on social media? Watch the story as we take you close to the scene of the action. Ground reports from Kathmandu. The Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has resigned amidst protests in capital Kathmandu and other cities. Earlier in the day, the demonstrators gathered outside of KP Sharma Oli's residence, demanding for accountability for Monday's fatalities. Now, during the protest, the demonstrators set fire to the residence of the Prime Minister. The central office of the Nepali Congress in Sanepa was also vandalized. The Kathmandu District Administration Office has imposed an indefinite curfew inside the Ring Road area of the Nepalese capital, reintroducing restrictions just hours after an earlier order was lifted. And according to reports, the police deployed tear gas to disperse the crowd. And although the authorities stated that security forces had been instructed to exercise restraint and that no live ammunition was authorized, there were reports of gunfire and bullet injuries. The Tribhuvan International Airport has been fully shut following the escalating demonstrations. The Nepali army has been deployed to provide security at the airport. And WION Saloni Murarka brings you this report from outside the airport. Take a look.
I'm standing at the moment at the International Airport of Nepal, where you see there's a heavy deployment of army officials who have been deployed to secure the airport premises. And while on this side, the protesters are trying to barge inside the compound of the airport. The international airport is on high alert. The airport authorities have informed that the international wing of the airport has been shut down for a while for security reasons. And these protesters here believe that many of the leaders and the Prime Minister will try to flee the country, and that's what they want to stop that from happening from. And these protesters say that today we are on ground for their friends, for the friends that they have lost in the protest yesterday, and to end the corruption, to topple the government and demand the resignation of the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. Many of the cabinet ministers of his government have stepped down, especially from his key coalition partner Nepali Congress. Now it is yet to see what will happen and how long will this government last. I'm Saloni Murarka reporting from Kathmandu for WION Nepal.
Earlier, Nepal's Agriculture Minister Ramnath Adhikari, the Health Minister Pradeep Paudel had both resigned, with the Nepali Congress have resigned from their post. Condemning the government crackdown, their resignation follows that of the Home Minister Ramesh Lekhak, who stepped down, taking moral responsibility for the government's handling of the protests. Now, the neighbouring nation India has expressed concerns about the protests. In a statement, New Delhi has said that it is very closely monitoring the developments in Nepal and is deeply saddened by the loss of many young lives. Taking note that the authorities have imposed curfew in Kathmandu and several other cities in Nepal, it advised the Indian nationals there to exercise caution and to adhere to the steps and guidance issued by the Nepali authorities. An investigations committee has been formed to look into the violence. It's been given 15 days' time to prepare a report looking into the aspects of how the situation escalated and also the factors behind it. Meanwhile, the UNICEF has said that it is deeply alarmed by reports of violence against children. The United Nations resident coordinator for the country described the situation so unlike Nepal and feared that the casualty numbers will rise. The European Union, in a statement, has expressed its deep regret over the death and violence of the ongoing demonstration. And our correspondent Saloni Murarka is getting you more updates of what is unfolding at this moment in Kathmandu. Listen in.
What began as a peaceful protest, it very quickly turned violent. That protest that was against the governance, against the corruption, and now it has turned completely violent. Protesters have set the parliament building, the federal parliament of Nepal, on fire. This is a building that you see behind me. This is a representative house of Nepal. This is the main parliament building of Nepal, and it is completely on fire. The property inside has been damaged. All the properties were brought outside and was set on fire. You see, these are the protesters who are still inside the compound. Many of the protesters were seen celebrating the recent resignation of the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who recently decided to put down his papers and submit his papers to the president. This is a major turn in the Nepal's political history. You see, these are the protesters who are celebrating the resignation of the Prime Minister. You can see on the top how the leaders are doing that. The entire building is on fire. It has been severely damaged. And those are the protesters who are celebrating the decision, and we'll have to wait and see what it leads to as a nation. This is a result of the death of the 19 kids who died in the yesterday's protest. There's a celebration rally ongoing. There's a major celebration, singing and dancing ongoing. I'm Saloni Murarka reporting for WION from Kathmandu, Nepal.
In a major setback to Thailand's influential Shinawatra family, the country's Supreme Court has sent the former Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra to prison for 1 year. The court has ruled that Shinawatra had improperly served a 2023 prison term in a hospital suite and has now ordered him to complete his prison sentence of 1 year. After returning to Thailand in August 2023, Thaksin was sentenced to 8 years in prison for corruption and abuse of power, later commuted to 1 year. Instead of prison, he had spent 6 months in the hospital wing, sparking questions about special treatment. The court found his hospital stay wasn't a valid substitute for prison time, stating that he did not have a severe illness and prolonged his stay. Following the Supreme Court ruling, Thaksin was in fact taken into custody at Bangkok Remand Prison to serve his sentence. And ahead of the ruling, Thaksin Shinawatra arrived at the Supreme Court with his family, including the former Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra, who was removed last month after a court found her guilty of an ethics violation for politically compromising phone call with Cambodia's Senate President Hun Sen. The Paetongtarn Shinawatra said that her family remains pretty strong despite her father Thaksin's prison sentence, while also highlighting his role as a spiritual leader in Thai politics.
Today is another historic day that a Thai Prime Minister has to be in prison for the first time. This is quite tough, but of course our father and our family are still strong. We appreciate all support for my father and family. Thaksin remains a spiritual leader for Thai politics. He always thinks about the country and always intends to improve lives of Thai people.
In a message posted on social media, Thaksin Shinawatra thanked the king for reducing his prison sentence to 1 year, vowing to go through the judicial process. He said that his proudest moment was pushing policies to uplift people's livelihoods when he was Prime Minister from 2001 till 2006. Thanking his supporters and members of the Pheu Thai party, the former Prime Minister wrote that while he may no longer have freedom, he has freedom of thought to create benefit for the country and for the people. Days after the US authorities carried out raids at the Hyundai motor car battery facility in Georgia, the US Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has termed the immigration raid as a powerful message from the President Donald Trump, confirming that the detained immigrants will be deported. Kristi Noem added that there is no uncertainty about the administration's policies.
I think President Trump's message was powerful. His message today that he sent to the world was, listen, our laws will be enforced, and we're encouraging all companies who want to come to the United States and help us our economy and employ people, that we encourage them to employ U.S. citizens and to bring people to our country that want to follow our laws and work here the right way.
The statement comes while South Korea is in process of moving to pick up 300 Korean workers who are amongst the 475 workers detained in raids by United States as part of its quote-unquote nationwide anti-immigration crackdown.
As a result of the swift and united response by government ministries, economic organizations and companies, negotiations for the release of the detained workers have been concluded. Only administrative procedures remain, and as soon as these are completed, a chartered flight will depart to bring our citizens back. Our government will remain vigilant and respond responsibly until all our citizens are returned safely.
The footage released by the US authorities showed the detained South Korean workers in handcuffs and with chains around their ankles being loaded onto an inmate transportation bus. Well, the targeted site has been touted as Georgia's largest economic development project. Officials in the United States have called it the largest such raid on a single site carried out so far under President Trump's nationwide anti-immigration crackdown. Now, the arrested workers are being held at ISIS Folkestone detention facility in Georgia. The local leaders and immigrant activists spoke out on Monday against the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement raid on a Hyundai battery plant in rural Georgia.
Many of these people had legal work permits, yet they still felt intimidated, mistreated, and abused by ICE. Make no mistake, we cannot call ourselves a civilized society if the very people who build our homes, our cars, and our futures are treated this way.
Asian Americans Advancing Justice Atlanta condemns ICE's raid and arrest of nearly 500 workers from the Hyundai worksite in Ellaville, Georgia, in the strongest of terms.
The raid comes in the backdrop of the U.S. ally South Korea having pledged hundreds of billions of dollars of investments into the United States. The site of the raid is a $4.3 billion joint venture between two South Korean firms, Hyundai and the LG Energy Solutions, to build a battery cell manufacturing facility in Georgia. Norway's Labour Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Store is all set to continue as the Prime Minister after the Social Democrat Labour Party won the re-elections, despite a surge in support for the right-wing Progress Party. With a turnout of about 78.9%, the highest participation rate recorded since 1989, Norway's parliamentary election has become a closely fought one between the two blocs, the centre-left and the right. However, the election has also seen a record surge in support for the anti-immigration, anti-establishment Progress Party, which doubled its score from the 2021 elections. The supporters of Jonas Gahr were in high spirits on Monday night as they waited at the headquarters of the Labour Party in Oslo, following a closely fought campaign. Now, addressing the crowd, Prime Minister Gahr Store thanked his supporters and said that the victory showed it's possible for Social Democrat parties to win elections even with right-wing forces when they are on the rise in Europe. Finance Minister Jens Stoltenberg echoed these sentiments, saying that if there is any lesson to be learned for the rest of Europe, then it is this, that it is possible to win a campaign where you have a strong populist right wing that is trying to gain at the expense of the traditional Conservative Party.
I think if there is any lesson to be learned for the rest of Europe, is that it is possible to win in a campaign where you have a strong populist right that is, I think, gaining support on the expenses of the traditional Conservative Party, but the Social Democratic Party and the centre-left actually won this election with a clear margin.
Now, wealth tax has been a dominant factor in the election campaign of the Labour Party that has maintained that scrapping it will cost about $3.3 billion per year.
I didn't put the wealth tax on that agenda. I think it is fair that the most wealthy among us pay their contribution. It's been the parties of the right who wanted to take that entirely away, benefiting 1% of the population. I think that goes against the deep sense of fairness and solidarity from Norwegians.
Now, Norway is one of the richest countries in the world in terms of per capita GDP, and it is in fact in the 6th position, just one place above that of the United States. Norway is a stalwart member of the NATO military alliance and also a strong supporter of Ukraine's defense against Russia. It isn't a member of the European Union, but it has some very close economic ties with the 27-nation bloc. Now, one of Africa's most controversial projects, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, has been inaugurated despite concerns that have been raised over its water supply by the downstream countries Egypt and Sudan. Take a look.
It's a billion-dollar project, one that promises to change Ethiopia's fortunes while also raising concerns among neighboring nations. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, or GERD, is estimated at $5 billion on the Blue Nile River. This engineering wonder stretches 1.8 kilometers wide and 475 feet high. This massive hydroelectric dam expects to double its electricity output, producing more than 5,000 megawatts, which will benefit millions of households and industries across the country.
I am excited with the progress of the dam, and we want to see more development. We also want more electricity to be part of our daily life, and we're all excited as members of the community.
Previously, our daily lives relied on kerosene lamps and charcoal, which posed significant challenges. We would transport firewood to the market, selling it to buy kerosene and bread for our children. However, with the completion of the dam, our entire community is now happy.
While Ethiopians celebrate their monumental achievement, neighboring Sudan and Egypt remain wary, warning that the dam's impact could have far-reaching and devastating consequences for their countries.
All right, let's now get you some breaking news that's just come in from Nepal, where the Nepalese army chief and the president are holding discussions to decide on the next steps for the formation of a government. This comes after widespread protests in Nepal and also the resignation of the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. The protests have resulted in deaths of at least about 19 of the protesters so far. So this, of course, is the latest bit of information that is coming in, where the Nepalese army chief and the president are holding discussions to decide on the next course of action for forming the government. And WION's Saloni Murarka has been tracking the developments very closely for us. Saloni, what is the latest development with respect to the protests that have been unfolding in Nepal?
Yes, the protests are still ongoing, but it has little calmed down since morning. How the police officials and no officials are to be seen on the ground at the moment, as the protesters have taken over the streets of Kathmandu. The entire city is burning from different pots. Across the city, while you cross the city, you will see smoke, some buildings burning around the Kathmandu valley. And there has been a massive property damage, vandalization. So, and as we speak, the Nepal army chief and the president of Nepal, they are in discussion to plan the further course of forming a parliament of the government.
Absolutely, indeed. Now, and also KP Sharma Oli has resigned. Do we know where he is? What's the state of KP Sharma Oli at this moment?
Yes, we were hearing a while back as well that he's trying to flee the country on the pretext that he needs any requirement of some medical treatment outside of the country. So he most probably will be flying to Dubai, but it is not yet sure if Dubai is a destination he's aiming for or if some other country. But there is one confirmation that he is flying soon out of the country. Right, now we're looking at the skyline over Kathmandu, where there are several dark plumes of smoke that are quite clearly visible. Is this something that the protesters have resorted to, or are there some troublemakers who are trying to take advantage
of the fact that the security apparatus is no longer there on the streets of Kathmandu?
Yes, definitely. Like in yesterday's protest as well, we saw some infiltrators with some political motivation, some student unions affiliated with the political parties who joined the protest, and therefore it led to a violent clash between the both sides. And today as well, it is seen like that. But they have all of them, even if they have come out on streets today, is the common aim is to topple the government and to also fight justice for their friends who have lost their lives.
Right, indeed. Thank you very much, Saloni Murarka, for joining us over the phone line and getting us all those updates. This, of course, is the latest with respect to what is happening in Nepal at this moment, where the Nepalese Army Chief and the President are to hold talks over the next course of government formation. And with that is also a wrap on this edition of our newscast. Stay tuned to WION.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Prime Crime is your front row seat to darkness.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the US.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of. A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA. Join the conversation.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide, because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is one.
don't hear it, but it's always there. Moving beneath the city, through its drains, its lakes, its rivers. A slow, silent flood of chemicals, of solvents, of poisons that were never meant to be in water or in blood. They call it a river, but the Musi river is no longer alive. Once a lifeline of Hyderabad's soul, now it flows thick with chemicals, sewage, and silence.
It's not a danger but a disaster. This is a disaster, and I mean it.
Pills are supposed to cure us. Now they're taking our lives. For over 30 years, industries that make the medicines we take have been leaking their waste into the river we forgot to protect. It didn't happen all at once. It came slowly. First, the fish started dying. Then the crops. Then the children. And then the silence.
నేను 15 సంవత్సరాలు ఉన్నప్పుడు ఈ ఊళ్ళే మంచి నీళ్ళు వచ్చేవి, మంచి నీళ్ళు. ఆ నీళ్ళు మేము తాగేది. ఆ నీళ్ళల్లో ఒక 20 రకాల చేపలు ఉండేవి, 20 రకాల చేపలు. బర్రెలు నీళ్ళు తాగేది, గొర్రెలు నీళ్ళు తాగేది. మేము ఇక్కడనే బావి దగ్గర వచ్చి మూసి నీళ్ళు మేము తాగేది. క్రమేణా హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి మురికి స్టార్ట్ అయినప్పుడు ఇక నీళ్ళు ఇక మాకు అవసరం లేకుండా పోయినాయి. వాళ్ళు కొంటలేరు మూసి నీళ్ళు మాకు అక్కడ రావని.
मूसी नदी जो है वो तेलंगाना का एक्सक्लूसिव नदी है, ओके, एंड इट इज़ ए एक्सक्लूसिव तेलंगाना की नदी है और 250 किलोमीटर करीब से तेलंगाना में ही ओरिजिनेट होती है, तेलंगाना में ही एंड होती है. वाड़ीपल्ली पे जाके वो कृष्णा नदी से मिल जाती है, ट्रिब्यूटरी है कृष्णा की. तो जहाँ से ये हैदराबाद में जो 60 किलोमीटर करीब जो बहता है ये हाईली पोल्यूटेड है, टॉक्सिकली पोल्यूटेड स्ट्रेच बोल के CPCB सेंट्रल पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड खुद इसको बोल चुका है फ्रॉम मोर देन डिकेड एगो.
96, 97, 98లో వాస్తవానికి ఆ నీళ్లు తేటగా వచ్చేది. వికారాబాద్ అనంతగిరి గుట్టల నుండి పుట్టిన ఈ మూసీ నది 2000 సంవత్సరం వచ్చేసరికి పూర్తిగా కాలకోట విషంగా తయారు కావడం అనేది జరిగింది. దానివల్ల ఇక్కడ ప్రాంతాల వారికి ఎన్ని గ్రామాలు అంటే ఈ వికారాబాద్ నుంచి వచ్చే ఈ మూసీ నది ఏదైతే ఉన్నదో కృష్ణాలో కలుస్తుంది, మళ్ళీ వాడపల్లి దగ్గర ఇది కృష్ణాలో కలుస్తుంది.
Because what do you say when the river that fed your village starts giving birth defects? When the water you drank leaves your wife with 4 miscarriages?
అదేవిధంగా ఎవరైతే ఇక్కడ పరిశ్రమలు అయితే పెట్టాలని అనుకున్నారో ఆ పరిశ్రమలు అనేటిది విచ్చలవిడిగా ఇక్కడ పరిశ్రమలను అనేది సిటీలో పెట్టడంతో అది కూడా వాళ్ళు ట్రీట్మెంట్ చేసి వదలాలి. గర్భస్రావాలు మహిళలకు.
I would rather say that not to the extent of an atom bomb, but yes, to some extent, such a kind of disaster can enter into the ladies or the pregnant women. They can cross to the children, causing congenital deformities, the birth defects. These are all associated. The dangerous chemicals like cadmium, lead, mercury, these are deadly, dangerous. How can a mother, we just can't expect a mother to carry a baby with such a kind of an exposure. Now this has got a serious implications of the next generation dangers of the society.
They knew this would happen. They let it. And it's still happening.
కొంతమంది పర్యావరణవేత్తలు ఇదే యూనివర్సిటీ పురుషోత్తం రెడ్డి గారు, బాబురావు గారు, నరసింహారెడ్డి గారు వీళ్ళంతా హైకోర్టు తర్వాత సుప్రీంకోర్టు ఆశ్రయించడంతో 2007లో సుప్రీంకోర్టు దీని మీద ఈ వచ్చే ఎఫ్లుయెంట్స్ను ట్రీట్మెంట్ చేసి తర్వాత దాన్ని శుద్ధి చేసి గ్రౌండ్ వాటర్ పొల్యూట్ కావద్దని చెప్పి అప్పుడు ఒక 350 కంపెనీలకు 17 కోట్ల రూపాయల కాంపెన్సేషన్ వేసింది. తర్వాత అప్పటి నుంచి హుసేన్ సాగరు తర్వాత దాని ఫ్లో కాగానే తర్వాత మూసీలోకి వచ్చి ఈ మూసీ రంగారెడ్డి జిల్లా నల్గొండ జిల్లా మొత్తము మూసీ దగ్గర 135 కిలోమీటర్లు కలిసి సాగర్లో వాడపల్లి దగ్గర అక్కడ కలుస్తుంది. అక్కడి వరకు ఈ పొల్యూటెడ్ వాటర్ పోతుంది.
It eats into the cell. It enters the womb. It poisons the soil. It flows from labs into drains, into bodies. And nobody stopped it.
ఇది మేము పొలాల్లో వాడతాంగా ఆ నీళ్ళకి వస్తుంది.
ఇది ఎప్పటి నుంచి ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది మీకు తెలిసిన?
బీపిడి పెడితే ఆ బీపిడికి వచ్చిన గత్యంతరం లేక ఇక కొనుక్కొచ్చుకున్నది అది తింటే కొద్దిగా రోగాల బారిన పడుతారు.
When the river foamed, they looked away. When the wells dried, they blamed the rain. When the people fell sick, they filed reports. The Telangana State Pollution Control Board was blind. What do you do when you fight for justice for 15 years and the Pollution Control Board tells you the water is normal?
We started approaching district authorities, regional pollution control boards and state member secretary who is a designated authority who have authorities to monitor this entire industries. We approached and we fed up because there is no action. There is no result. Even people, if you visit to local villages, if you start questioning, then simply they say that చాలా మంది quote unquote చాలా మంది వస్తుంటారు, వీడియోలు తీసుకుంటారు, ఇంటర్వ్యూలు తీసుకుంటారు, కానీ మాకేం న్యాయం జరగదు. Simply say that because they are habituated to that kind of atmosphere, that kind of initiatives. They are not expecting any change because they became familiar to this kind of visits and all. They know that the moment you visit to village and you start ask question regarding pollution, this is a routine case. These people come and they'll take us samples and they'll go off.
You don't have to see blood to know something has been murdered. The Musi was once alive. Now, she carries corpses of unborn children, decaying fields, and abandoned livelihoods.
In the backyard, Telangana, while healing the world, taking medicine of the world, it is becoming sick. And how it is becoming sick? If you look at the pharma industry's place, whether it is a Dundigal or Bollaram or all these places, you will see that every other, all the leading firms, whether it is a hetero or SMS or any other firm, you take the name, or Dr. Reddy's also, if you take the name, you will find that actually they are letting out openly. When we visited there, it was in the open, including the Ramki hazardous plant that is actually there to treat all these people's waste. In its outside its compound wall, you will find all the toxic pollutants and the colored and heavily damaging the ground.
This is not the failure of science. This is not the failure of conscience. And the cost is being paid by the powerless. By mothers, by farmers, by breath. How long before we run out of excuses? How long before we say enough?
In Srikakulam, where all these big time guys, Divi's Labs, Aurobindo, everybody. Aurobindo, just one plant, and neighboring village, just adjacent village, there's no water. They have no water to drink. It's all contaminated. And there I have seen young people who are around 19 start looking like 50s. And multiple abortions. And we see the same stories we hear in Patancheru area.
Aurobindo Pharma Limited claims its Telangana API units operate under zero liquid discharge. That its effluents are scrubbed, monitored and recycled. That its emissions are captured, its solar panels shine and its environmental impact is minimal. But evidence says otherwise. November 2024, villagers in Jarcheria accused Aurobindo of releasing untreated effluents, damaging soil, groundwater and fish health. The National Green Tribunal's order OA number 426 of 2018 directly names Aurobindo among the primary polluters of the Musi River, along with other major bulk drug units. It is cited as a source of active pharmaceutical ingredients, residues of antibiotics, solvents and chemicals now entrenched in the Musi's flow.
All these are pharma giants, which the names of which I took now. They are all polluting the ground aquifers, the soil, the air, the surface water bodies, and their solid waste is found across everywhere. And wherever they enter and across kilometers away, you will find that they are doing these violations, which is not acceptable to us as people.
Natco Pharma promised safe drinking water to rural communities. But in Mekagoda village, the Sarpanch's complaint told another story. Inspections in October and November 2021 revealed open storage of residues, chemical spillages and pharmaceutical waste left in the open. The Tungakunta lake nearby sits at risk. By late 2023, Natco Pharma TSPCB show cause notices, warnings that their negligence could warrant closure.
Pharma lobby is so politically powerful that no government has acted against them. And people slowly, they just moved away from the hesitation because they couldn't face them. The strength is not there. The political support is not there. Public support is not there. People who are not suffering are not sympathizing with the people who are actually suffering.
In Gollepalli and Nimali Kalwa, villagers went to court accusing DV's lab of polluting fields and air. The Telangana High Court asked for answers. None came. DV spent just 58% of their CSR obligations in financial year 2023-24. The rest was rolled over. Meanwhile, their name stayed in PILs tagged as polluters of the very river they once depended on.
See, violation, smaller violation, bigger violation, we will have on a regular basis every month 2 or 3 cases. And wherever there are 2 or 3, wherever this case is coming, we call them and haul them up, and we have the task force interaction where an external committee and also experts sit with them and look at each of the aspects of their pollution, whether it is air pollution or water nuisance, and we give them notice and also tell them what is to be done.
శివలాల్ నాయక్ అని ఎస్టీ లంబాడాలో మేము ఇక్కడ మూసి నీళ్ళదంటే చాలా ప్రాబ్లం ఉంటుంది. పంటలు వేసినా కూడా వస్తాయి, చేను బాగా వస్తుంది, ఒడ్లు కూడా పంట బాగా వస్తుంది, దిగుబడి బాగా వస్తుంది. కానీ ఆ పండిన ఒడ్లు బియ్యము తింటందుకు కూడా మన మనసుకి ఆహారం మంచిగా ఉండదు. ఈ వండిన అన్నం అప్పటిదప్పుడే తింటేనే రుచికరం. ఈ పొద్దుగాల వండిన అన్నం పొద్దుకి తిందామంటే అన్నం మెత్తగవుతుంది, పాడైపోతుంది. అది కూరగాయలు కూడా అట్లా కుళ్ళిపోతాయి. ఈ తాగదామంటే నీళ్ళు కూడా లేవు, మొత్తం ఫిల్టర్ నీళ్ళు ఏంది అక్కడనే రాదు. అన్నంలో వండినా కూడా అవే ఫిల్టర్ నీళ్ళు పోయాలి. మిషన్ దగ్గర నీళ్ళు వస్తాయి కదా, ఆ నీళ్ళు వచ్చి కొంత సాయం అయింది మాకు. ఇప్పుడు
మాకు ఏం ఉపయోగపడలేదు, కానీ మురికి నీళ్ళు ఇవి మా పొలాలకే వాడుకుంటాం మేము, ఏమిటికి వాడలేము. మాకు ఈ వాసన వస్తుంది, మాకు ఈ వాసనలో ఇట్లా అవే వాడుకుంటాం ఎక్కడ గతాలు లేక. అదే మేము వాడేది.
ఇప్పుడు మరి మీరు తాగే నీళ్ళు ఎక్కడ నుంచి తాగుతారు?
తాగే నీళ్ళు ఇంటికి అయితే ఫిల్టర్ నీళ్ళు వేసుకొని తాగుతాం మేము.
The world heals, but someone pays. The cure leaves a corpse, and the river remembers.
I once read one article in, I think somewhere in Chicago, type of area, which says that somebody has written, you check where, if you are buying your antacid tablets, you check where from it is coming. If it is coming from Hyderabad area, then you should know how much damage it has done to the people's health there. So be considerate about what drug what tablet you are buying. So that is from the consumer side, they have generated that kind of awareness. So that means they are saying that the drug you are using is already harming some other persons. So it may be serving your purpose. So using the drug which is harming others is morally incorrect. That is what they were trying to say.
కృష్ణాలో కలుస్తుంది, మళ్ళీ వాడపల్లి దగ్గర ఇది కృష్ణాలో కలుస్తుంది. ఇక్కడ లక్షల ఎకరాలు ఈ మూసీ కింద సాగుబడి అవుతున్నది. ఇంకా పెరుగుకుంటూ పోతూనే ఉన్నది. రెండు దిక్కుల మూసీ నదికి ఇరువైపులా ఆయకట్టు పెరుగుకుంటూ పోతున్నది. అందులో ఒకప్పుడు గుట్టల్లోనూ వికారాబాద్ అనంతగిరి గుట్టలకి వెళ్ళి స్వచ్ఛమైన నీరు వచ్చేది. హైదరాబాద్ పెరగడంతో డ్రైనేజ్ వాటరు కలవడంతో అదేవిధంగా ఎవరైతే ఇక్కడ పరిశ్రమలు అయితే పెట్టాలని అనుకున్నారో,
there used to be a flock of buffaloes going into the Hussain Sagar, and in Uppal area there used to be a lot of dairy business. They were all growing grass there on the banks of the Musi, and the buffaloes are milk giving buffaloes also. They were going into those tanks and Musi river. But now I doubt that they are doing that kind of an activity, because that means only poison. That is not milk. It will be poison. And the buffaloes also will die very quickly. They spend so much money buying it as a business, to milk business. They cannot afford that.
Even local pollution control board, they took samples and they say that everything normal. If everything normal, then how these fishes are dying, how this groundwater contaminating. If you go in dig water will be in yellow color, and if you go and if you see the local ponds, you can easily identify how the range of contamination. And we given whatever the supportive to the concern. Recently also there are around 18 to 20 buffaloes were died because of consumption of contamination water, and they considered it as an industrial fault, and openly local MLA they issued compensation to the farmers.
This is a disposal truck from the pharma company, which is going to dump the waste in Musi River. There are no signs, no licenses, no supervision. Just a routine perfected by years of dumping untreated chemicals.
When the PCB or ministry is giving permissions, they are not asking the companies about the source of the technology. How? Some technologies maybe you can overlook. But even in technologies which are monopoly of the few companies, they cannot produce that chemical without licensing from somebody among those few consultants. They are simply giving permissions here without even asking how are you sourcing your technology, what are the raw material consumptions and utility consumptions, etc. for this particular product you make. No such question. These people put some numbers, they never question those numbers.
The NGT called Musi a priority 1 polluted river, mandated all STPs and CTPs be operational by March 2021. But deadlines passed, sewage treatment gaps remained, beautification projects were launched, but pollution remained untouched.
I don't think there is any real regulation in our. It's only a sham. It gives an impression that there is a regulation, but there is no real regulation that is going on. It's just the show must go on. That is the unfortunate situation. So what the CETPs are one way of saying, for example, landfill CETPs are out of sight, out of mind business. So they say, see, there is a pollution generated. They have to find a political solution for it. They say, oh, we are creating CETPs, every pollution is treated, and we are treating it to discharge standards. Who is verifying the discharge standards? Who is certifying the discharge standards? Where is the role for the civil society in that? Where is the audit of that? Nothing. Simply it's going, nobody is there. If everything is discharged as per the norms, then why is it all the water bodies are contaminated? Where from is the pollution coming?
I have a question that we can
see and scratch on your forehead. So what, did you fought with anyone or someone attacked you during this experience? This has happened in the year of 2013 for raising a question against this contamination and illegals at a village level. These people, they never come forward. They stood behind and they provoke the local politicians, and they will make this kind of physical assault kind of thing. The attack happened in the year 2013, if I'm not wrong, and I filed a complaint at State Human Rights, and even I wrote a letter to National Human Rights, and I filed and a FIR been lodged, and over a period of time the case is in judiciary.
That is a published literature is there already. The German professors came and they actually collected the samples. They found that there was ciprofloxacin, so much ciprofloxacin in that water body that is equivalent to what the entire Sweden country consumes, ciprofloxacin. So much, they say if anybody drinks or if anybody eats any fish or something like that, they will also get the same resistance. And superbug was found. They actually made a documentary showing that one person affected in Hyderabad being treated in a hospital here because of infection from superbug, and another person who came to Hyderabad as a tourist, he was infected. He went to Germany and he got treated there. There they saved his life. But the young person who was affected here in Hyderabad at a very young age, he died. They could not save him because they don't have the right medicine for saving him. That documentary is there available, made by a team of professors.
We are literally feeding the common man a disease, and this is a disaster.
How a river became a drain, how a government looked away, and how lives were lost, not in explosions or fires, but slowly, invisibly, through water and air and time. This is not a scene from a dystopian film. This is the Musi River.
Alright, so that was our special program of WION investigation on Musi River of Telangana that has turned into a stream of toxic liquids and effluents. Our investigation team in fact reached out to all the pharmaceutical companies that villagers and environmentalists have raised objections to. So as you can see, we've written to Aurobindo Pharma asking for a response to the accusation by the local communities and what it has to say on NGT's findings, naming the company amongst the polluters of the Musi River. We've also asked for a response on the serious concerns raised by the local communities and courts regarding the Divis Laboratories operations in Telangana. We also reached out to Natco Pharma as well, seeking clarification on the recent reports and the regulatory findings concerning its environmental practices. Now, WION hasn't received any reaction or response from these companies till the time of the airing of the show. And with that, it's also a wrap on this edition of our newscast. Stay tuned to WION.
The stress of our world can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains, lies a luxurious place of healing called WION Wellness Center. The WION Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science from India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy in personalized programs that help you take charge of your own health. A minimum 5-day stay is recommended for best results. Book now at yowon.com.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the US.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of. A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA. Join the conversation.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is one.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes, and millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Prime Crime is your front row seat to darkness.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Hello and welcome. You're watching WION World is One. My name is Mohammed Saleh, and let's start this broadcast by taking a quick look as to what is making headlines at this hour. The Nepalese Army Chief General Ashok Raj Sigdal and President Ram Charan Paudel are holding discussions to decide on the next steps for the formation of government in Kathmandu. And the Kathmandu Metropolitan City Mayor Balender Shah has appealed to Gen Z demonstrators to exercise restraint following Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli's resignation earlier today. Volodymyr Zelensky says that a Russian strike in Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region has killed at least about 20 people. The Ukrainian president says that the people collecting pensions were attacked. The Palestinians living in the ruins of Gaza city bombarded with Israeli leaflets ordering them to go from their homes after Israel says that it is about to bomb and obliterate the area in an assault on Gaza city. And Lebanon's foreign minister has said that the army is set to fully disarm Hezbollah near the border with Israel within 3 months. And the Indian Prime Minister meets with the affected families after undertaking an aerial survey of the flood and rain affected areas of Himachal Pradesh. He announces 2 lakh rupees of ex gratia to the next of kin of those who have been killed and 50,000 rupees for those who have sustained injuries. And Ethiopia inaugurates the continent's largest hydroelectric project on Tuesday with Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed calling it a great achievement for all black people despite years of diplomatic rancor over the dam with downstream neighbor Egypt. And the French Prime Minister Francois Bayrou will shortly submit his resignation to President Emmanuel Macron after the Parliament ousted the government, with the French leader rushing to find a successor in a deepening political crisis. And Thailand's Supreme Court gives the former Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra a 1-year prison term for convictions on graft and abuse of power charges. And Indonesia's finance chief Sri Mulyani has been abruptly replaced, rattling investors. The rupiah has slid by nearly 1% and the Jakarta stock market has stumbled as the central bank has stepped in to steady the financial markets. The markets are now bracing themselves for what this shift could mean for fiscal stability. So Nepal has erupted in fury. Streets are on fire. The crowds are defiant. Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has been forced to resign, but the rage only continues to deepen. What began as a fight over the social media being taken off has turned into a full-blown revolt against the government. Right now, Nepal's army chief and the president are holding urgent talks to oversee the process for the formation of the next government in Kathmandu. The flames and smoke lit the skyline over Kathmandu. The homes of Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and several other senior ministers were set ablaze by the protesters. The government buildings were vandalized, cars were overturned, streets turned into battlefields. And watch how this mob, consisting primarily of youngsters, fought some pretty pitched battles with the police. Now, the administration has ordered for an indefinite curfew in Kathmandu. A curfew was also imposed in other cities as well, but the youth came out in some pretty big numbers in defiance. The WION Saloni Murarka has been tracking the story very closely for us. She reports from the heart of the action in Kathmandu. Take a look.
Protesters are surrounding the parliament area. They burned the tires. They burned the tires here right in front of the parliament building. And now stone pelting has just begun from both the sides. Police officials are guarding the premises of the parliament. They say that the rising corruption and widening inequality has tortured the civilians of the country, and that's why all the people and the young people, they leave the nation.
Now remember, about 19 of the protesters were killed, while more than 400 others were injured in clashes with the police yesterday. Amnesty International said that live ammunition was used against the protesters on Monday. The United Nations has demanded for a swift and a transparent probe. And this morning, the protesters' anger turned towards the government led by Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. The protesters set ablaze the residence of the Prime Minister. But it wasn't just KP Sharma's private house that was set on fire. The president's house also came under attack. It was completely vandalized. Properties of other politicians and government buildings were also targeted. Now, these are images of Nepal's parliament building, which was set ablaze earlier.
What began as a peaceful protest against the corruption and misgovernance has quickly turned violent. The main federal parliament of Nepal building is on fire. The entire building has been set on fire by these protesters. The property has been completely damaged. As you can see, this is the entire building. And these protesters, you can see here, are also celebrating the decision of the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli to resign. He has submitted his papers to the President, resigning from his position, compelling him after he lost his support not only among the public but also within his own government.
I am here to protest about the corruption. The country has gotten so bad that for us youths, there is no grounds for us to stay back in the country. We were here to participate in a peaceful rally to seek improvement in the country, but the police and administration decided to get violent and shoot first with tear gas and then with bullets.
We need to make sure that this government is removed by continuing to protest around the parliament. The young generation should get together to get rid of this leadership. This government is just criminal and worse than North Korea. We have never had a worse government than KP Oli's administration.
So as protests escalated nationwide, the Nepali army began evacuating the ministers from their residences in Bhaisepati using helicopters, while high-ranking officials are being provided security at the military barracks. On Monday late night, the government had removed the ban on social media, but on the streets, though, the chants no longer spoke just about free speech, but of the corruption, nepotism and a political elite accused of looting the country while the youth face unemployment and poverty. Now, the unrest is the worst that Nepal has witnessed in decades in the Himalayan nation that is wedged between India and China and has struggled with political instability and economic uncertainty since protests led to the abolition of monarchy back in 2008. All right, now joining us on the broadcast, we've got Mr. C.K. Lal, who's a Nepalese journalist and also a political columnist at the Kathmandu Post and Kantipur Daily. He's joining us live from Kathmandu. Mr. Lal, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on WION. Now, KP Sharma Oli has resigned from his position. The army chief and the president are having a meeting to decide the next course of action. But the fact that these widespread protests erupted and in a matter of 36 hours brought down the government of KP Sharma Oli, what do you think was actually at play here?
There are several factors. Actually, this ban on social media was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. There was misgovernance, corruption in high places of a very high magnitude. There was a perception that brokers were deciding who was to be the minister of which ministry. So there was frustration for youngsters, especially. There was no education because of misgovernance in the university, Trivandrum University, no jobs because no new investment. And after the dissolution of USAID and reduction of aid from Europeans, there used to be one attractive sector, NGO sector, that also closed. Opportunities for going out also almost stopped. Youngsters especially were seeing it was not just the question of future. They were seeing no place for themselves in the present setup. So they erupted without any plan, without any organization, and that's the reason it has become somewhat anarchic today. To quote that Lenin's famous phrase, nothing happens for centuries, and centuries happen over weeks. We could say that about this eruption.
All right, you're quoting Vladimir Lenin there, but the question is, how will the political setup in Nepal now change? Because the army chief and the president are putting their heads together to try and see as to what would be the next sort of a political government that can come into the picture in Kathmandu. What do you think happens to the future of KP Sharma Oli,
that's the biggest question of all.
and so the others? What happens from here on?
That's the important question, because when there are uprisings, usually there are opposition parties in opposition that take the lead, take the responsibility. But in the post-2015 setup, after the controversial constitution was adopted in 2015, literally there is no opposition party in Nepal. Everyone is in the same bed in the high corruption. So political option doesn't appear on the horizon. One option could be Ravi Lamichhane, a populist who was, jail was broken to bring him out. And then another option is another populist, the mayor of Kathmandu municipality, Balen Saha, but they have very limited appeal. So that leaves probably the hand of Nepal Army, the only big institution left untouched by this anarchic protest. Otherwise, executive center, Singh Darbar attacked, Parliament arson was there, Supreme Court there was arson. So almost everything is in a disarray. Left untouched is Nepal army. And the second factor in Nepal is always very important are the geopolitical forces. How they decide to try to put the house in order in Nepal. So these two factors are going to be decisive in the days to come.
I think you've summed it up really well there. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Lal, for joining us with that perspective from Kathmandu.
Thank you for the opportunity, yes.
Now, the Russian aerial assaults continue to pummel Ukraine. In the latest, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has claimed that at least about 20 Ukrainians have been killed in a Russian strike in eastern Donetsk. Now, according to Zelensky, the Russian strikes targeted the ordinary civilians with an aerial bomb in the rural settlement of Yarova in the Donetsk region. Now, Zelensky further claims that the attacks took place at the very moment when pensions were being disbursed. Now, Russia is yet to claim this attack. Now, earlier, the Ukrainian Air Force claimed that the Russian forces had launched about 84 drones overnight into Ukraine, and of these, 60 were shot down by the Ukrainian air defenses. The drones were fired by Bryansk, Kirsk, Milerovo, among others, with 23 of them striking targets across 10 different locations. In Russia, a man was killed in a Ukrainian drone attack on the Black Sea city of Sochi. The regional officials say that 6 residential houses were also damaged. The Russian Defense Ministry claims that it managed to intercept about 31 Ukrainian drones overnight, 15 of them over the Black Sea. Now, in a related development, rising tensions are also being felt along Russia's border with Finland. The former Russian President and Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev have accused Helsinki of preparing for war with Russia, pointing to Finland's NATO membership and what he called as provocative NATO exercises. Now, writing in an opinion piece that was published by TASS, Medvedev also criticized the establishment of NATO's Land Forces Command Center in the Finnish city of Mikkeli, close to the Russian border. Now, both sides are visibly fortifying their positions. Last month, Finland had announced new defenses along its eastern frontier. And just last weekend, Moscow revealed that it too was reinforcing security measures on its border with Finland, in response to what it described as Helsinki's unfriendly actions. Now, Finland formally joined NATO in April 2023, citing its security concerns over Russia. The Israeli military has ordered for the complete evacuation of Gaza city ahead of the ground attacks that it is carrying out. Now, this warning by the Israeli forces marks the widespread evacuation order telling all Palestinians to leave their homes in Gaza city. Now, earlier, the IDF had issued some very specific buildings that it would be targeting in the area, where it has bombed and destroyed several high-rise buildings in the Gaza Strip. Now, the IDF's latest ultimatum aligns with Netanyahu's earlier call for all Palestinians to leave their homes in Gaza as soon as possible. He had said that the troops are now being assembled to enter into the Palestinian territory's main urban centers.
In the past 2 days, 50 towers have been brought down by the Air Force. All of this is just a prelude, the opening stage of a much larger and more intense operation, a ground maneuver by our forces, who are now preparing to enter Gaza City.
Now, the Israeli media has said that 4 of its soldiers were killed in combat by the Hamas fighters near Gaza City. According to the initial investigation, the Hamas fighters managed to reach an Israeli tank that was operating in the area. And then the Hamas fighters hurled an explosive inside of the tank, killing these 4 Israeli soldiers who were fighting in the Gaza Strip. Now, the IDF then returned fire at the fleeing Hamas fighters, and 2 of them got hit. Now, the Israeli forces have stepped up their attacks. They are repeatedly bombing Palestinian high-rise buildings. This one that you're seeing on your screens is just one example of a Palestinian high-rise building that was bombed and brought down by the Israelis. Now, so far, the Israelis claim that they've managed to bring down about 50 high-rise buildings in Gaza City, and they're trying to bring down every building that is still left standing. Now, Israel is accusing Hamas of putting surveillance infrastructure in every single one of these high-rise buildings in Gaza City. In a separate development, the IDF raided the house of one of the two Palestinian gunmen who managed to kill 6 Israelis in Jerusalem. The United Nations has condemned the shooting and has described it as a terror attack. Meanwhile, the organizers of the Gaza-bound flotilla claimed that one of its main key boats was actually attacked by a drone. The boat is currently in Tunisian port of Sidi Bou, and a footage of the alleged drone attack has surfaced. However, Tunisia's National Guard has said that it did not detect any drones and investigations are currently underway. Now, the Israeli President Isaac Herzog is all set to start a 3-day visit to London today, focusing on the combating rising anti-Semitism in Britain. Now, during his visit, he's expected to meet with the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and other senior officials. Now, Herzog's office has confirmed the trip amidst reports in the British media highlighting his commitment to showing solidarity with the Jewish community that is facing increased attacks.
I'm looking at this situation where a major...
Now, Isaac Herzog is scheduled to deliver key addresses at the Jewish community events in London following invites from local organizations as part of an ongoing effort to confront what he claims is a surge of anti-Semitism. Now, ahead of his likely meeting with Herzog, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer met with the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, discussing the Gaza war and also a potential path to peace. Now, Starmer reaffirmed the United Kingdom's commitment to recognizing a Palestinian state, aligning with Abbas's call for action. Meanwhile, the British government has concluded that Israel is not committing a genocide of the Palestinians, but the situation is utterly appalling and that Israel must do much more to prevent and alleviate the suffering of the Palestinians that has been brought about because of this Israeli onslaught in the Gaza Strip. The conclusion was drawn by the former Foreign Secretary David Lammy in a letter to Sarah Champion, chair of the International Development Committee. The letter, dated the 1st of September, was written just days before David Lammy was appointed the Deputy Prime Minister and was replaced by Yvette Cooper as the Foreign Secretary. Now, Lammy said that the crime of genocide occurs only when there is a specific intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial or religious group, and added that the government has not concluded that Israel is still acting with the intent. The former Foreign Secretary wrote that the high civilian casualties, including that of women and children, and the enormous destruction of all infrastructure in Gaza is utterly appalling, and Israel must do much more to prevent and alleviate the suffering that it has inflicted on the Palestinians in Gaza. Now, this marks a shift from the UK's previous position, which had held that it was up to an international court to determine whether Israeli actions constitute a genocide. Now, Israel, for its part, is saying that it is not committing a genocide in the Gaza Strip, although it is currently facing proceedings at the International Court of Justice for having committed war crimes and crimes against humanity. In other developments, a major international arms fair opened in London without the participation of the Israeli government officials after the British government barred them from attending the 4-day event. However, 51 Israeli defense companies were allowed to participate, and these included prominent firms such as the Elbit Systems, the Rafale Advanced Defense Systems, and Israeli Aerospace Industries. Israel's delegation is the 5th largest at the event, following those from the United Kingdom, the United States, Australia, and Germany. Nottingham Forest have sacked Nuno Espirito Santo less than a year after guiding the club to their best top-flight finish in decades. A breakdown of the club ownership has ended his time in charge, and Ange Postecoglou is also to take charge of the side. Now, Espirito Santo was appointed in December 2023 and helped Forest survive a relegation battle. The following season, he shocked many by taking the club to the 7th position and into Europe for the first time in over 29 years. With the success masked growing tensions, his relationship with the Greek owner Evangelos Marinakis deteriorated. The two reportedly stopped communicating, and in May, after a draw with Leicester City, Marinakis stormed onto the pitch. The club denied reports of a heated confrontation. Now, Espirito Santo also voiced frustration over transfer activity. The former Wolves manager has called the squad as unbalanced and has demanded for reinforcements. Now, despite signings like Douglas Lewis and James McCarthy, the pressure mounted. A recent 3-0 loss to West Ham may have sealed his fate. The Forest are 10th on the table and visit Arsenal on Saturday. The former Tottenham manager Ange Postecoglou, along with a few others, are in the race to replace Espirito Santo. The Australian was sacked by Tottenham at the end of the season despite winning the Europa League. Postecoglou is of Greek heritage and already has a personal rapport with the Forest owner Evangelos Marinakis. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of our newscast. Stay tuned to WION.
WION Health Resort is unique, the only one of its kind. Experience the 4 paths of natural wellness: yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy. Each uniquely customized program improves the whole person to make every person whole. Come to WION Health Resort. Make your reservation at yowon.com.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate tracker on WION World is One.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One. From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate tracker on WION World is One.
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying on with us. You're watching the latest coming in from the world of business here on WION World is One. I'm Oli Gambhir, starting off with a quick look at the top stories. Gold hit another record, climbing above the $3650 mark today. The yellow metal has gained 39% this year after a strong 2024. Central bank buying, dovish Fed policy and uncertainty boosted safe haven demand. Oil extended gains as OPEC plus supply hike fell short of forecasts. Brent crude rose to $66.49, while WTI climbed to $62.98. Traders also eyed sanctions after Russia's biggest attack on Ukraine. Lower US interest rates may further boost demand for global oil. The dollar fell to a 7-week low on Tuesday. Weaker US jobs data increased bets of deeper Federal Reserve cuts. Dollar index dropped to 97.25, its weakest level since July. Meanwhile, the euro and yen gained slightly as investors trimmed dollar exposure. The rupee strengthened after weak US data raised rate cut hopes. Rupee rose 0.18% to 88.10 before losing momentum later. The currency remains one of Asia's weakest, hurt by US tariffs. Most Asian pairs gained, though the Indonesian rupiah fell over 1%. For years, Coca-Cola has been more than just a drink in parts of Asia through its sponsorship of cultural festivals, sporting events, community gatherings. The red can has become deeply woven into everyday life, especially in West Asia. But as the geopolitical tensions remain elevated in Gaza, the mood of the consumers is shifting between politics and shopping baskets. Reports suggesting calls to boycott Western brands with perceived ties to Israel pushed some shoppers towards local alternatives. Experts saying the shift has created an opening for smaller rivals in Pakistan and Bangladesh. Yet, analysts say the Coca-Cola brand remains resilient, with sales volumes holding across Central Asia and its presence cemented at stadiums, concerts, office gatherings. Experts adding that the company's sheer familiarity makes it more likely to weather this turbulence, but they also note that it is losing its fizz. The real-life succession drama within the Murdoch family has finally reached its conclusion in a way. Rupert Murdoch's eldest son has emerged as the undisputed heir to the empire that includes Fox News and the Wall Street Journal. After months of legal battles, a settlement has been struck. Lachlan's siblings, James and Elizabeth and Prudence, will walk away with billion-dollar payouts, while Lachlan cements his control. The Murdoch empire's future has long been contested. Last year, a Nevada courtroom became the battleground as Rupert Murdoch, now 94, tried to alter the family trust. His concern was clear that his more moderate children might oust Lachlan and dilute Fox News' conservative identity. But the court ruled Murdoch acted in bad faith, paving the way for settlement talks, and now the deal is done. To understand the succession drama, we must first look at Rupert Murdoch's sprawling family tree. Murdoch has 6 children from 3 marriages. His first wife gave him his eldest daughter, Prudence Murdoch. From his second marriage to Anna Murdoch, 3 children were born, Elizabeth, Lachlan and James. These 4 were originally said to inherit equal control of the media empire through the family trust. But there is also Murdoch's third marriage to Wendy Deng, which brought 2 younger daughters, Grace and Chloe. While they are not voting heirs, they play a key role in the new family trust. And this split across 3 marriages, is what fueled years of rivalry over succession. The settlement finally divided money and power among the Murdoch heirs. Lachlan Murdoch emerges as the clear winner as he retains full control of Fox Corporation and News Corp, taking charge of global outlets from Fox News to the Wall Street Journal. His 3 older siblings, that is Prudence, Elizabeth and James, will exit the trust, but each walks away with a massive payout of about $1.1 billion. That payout comes from the sale of 16.9 million Fox Class B voting shares and 14.2 million News Corp shares sold at a slight discount. Meanwhile, Grace and Chloe, Murdoch's youngest daughters from Wendy Deng, will share in a new $3.3 billion family trust alongside Lachlan. The new trust cements Lachlan's control of the empire, valued at $3.3 billion. The vehicle holds 36% of Fox's Class B voting stock and 33% of News Corp's voting shares. The beneficiaries are Lachlan, Grace and Chloe. This means not only does Lachlan consolidate power at the top, but his 2 younger sisters are also guaranteed financial security. For investors, this structure provides clarity as Fox News and News Corp will remain firmly under Lachlan's stewardship, ensuring the conservative editorial line set by Rupert Murdoch continues for years to come. For the average Indian consumer, the GST tax cut on vehicles is more than just a headline, representing a significant opportunity. Manufacturers have cashed in on the buzz to unlock pent-up demand, especially in price-sensitive segments. For millions, particularly those looking for their first car or a more affordable two-wheeler, this price reduction could be the difference maker. India's festive season is also expected to add demand for big-ticket purchases like autos. Increased demand means higher production and revenue, which in turn improves the profit outlook for these companies. This positive sentiment is reflected on the stock market, where auto stocks have collectively added an impressive $33 billion in value. The rally in shares of major players signaling investor confidence that the auto sector is poised for a strong recovery and growth phase. Experts saying the lower tax burden on consumers is acting as a powerful stimulus. As consumers spend more, it fuels a robust cycle of economic activity, benefiting not only the automakers but everyone in the supply chain. Not just in Europe, Tesla is losing its shine in the US as well. Tesla's US market share dropped in August to the lowest since 2017 as competition heated up. Consumers opted for electric vehicles from an expanding pool of competitors rather than the company's aging lineup. Tesla's decline underscoring the risks posed by manufacturers increasing EV subsidies and lowering prices. Analysts expect a surge in EV sales to persist until September in the US. However, after the US government's EV tax incentives expire at the end of September, sales are expected to decline. And that is likely to put financial strain on Tesla and other EV manufacturers. August saw Tesla's share of US EV sales drop below 40% for the first time since October 2017. Back then, Tesla was ramping up production of the Model 3, its first mass market car. At one point, Tesla accounted for more than 80% of the US EV market. Tesla has cancelled or delayed plans for more affordable electric cars. Instead, the EV maker has turned its focus on developing robo-taxis and humanoid robots. That bet on robots and autopilot cars accounts for a significant portion of Tesla's trillion-dollar valuation. The EV firm has proposed an unprecedented $1 trillion pay package for CEO Elon Musk. And if the board approves, Musk's pay would be equal to about a quarter of India's annual GDP. However, that compensation plan hinges on Tesla's valuation reaching $8.5 trillion over the next decade. In a sign of renewed consumer confidence, US households have accelerated borrowing with a major jump in credit card debt last month. Consumer borrowing rose $16 billion in July, the strongest gain in 3 months, showing a surge in spending despite higher borrowing costs. The jump in borrowing was led by a nearly $10.5 billion increase in revolving debt, which basically includes credit cards. Non-revolving debt, like loans for autos and education, added $5.5 billion. This rise follows a stronger economic climate, with households spending more, particularly online and on big-ticket items like furniture. Economists were expecting a more modest $10 billion rise. But consumer confidence and spending beat the expectations, reflecting the economy's resilience. The increase in borrowing also reflecting a stronger auto market, where sales climbed to a 3-month high in the month of July. And retailers also saw a boost in sales, particularly online stores and furniture companies, as consumers continue to splurge on goods despite inflationary pressures. However, the surge comes amid signs of financial stress. The share of consumers falling behind on payments reached its highest level since 2020. Many Americans have also neglected student loan payments in the face of rising living costs and moderating wage growth. The big increase in credit comes at a time of elevated borrowing costs as interest rates remain high. Some economists warning that while the current data suggests strong consumer spending, it could also signal that Americans are turning to credit to offset higher everyday expenses. And while the increase in consumer credit is a positive sign for economic growth, the rise in delinquency rates and the strain from higher debt could spell trouble for the economy down the road. All eyes will now be on the next round of consumer credit data to see if this trend continues. The US federal debt is on track to reach $150 trillion by 2055, according to the Congressional Budget Office. That translates to nearly $1.6 million per household, compared to about $274,000 today. The debt to GDP ratio is projected to climb to 169%, far above the current 123%, and well beyond the 50-year average. Historically, deficits this large have only occurred during World War II. But projections now showing deficits above 5% of the GDP every single year until 2055, until 2055, beg your pardon, until 2055. In fact, the debt surge is not just an accounting issue. It reflects how the US is choosing to fund tax cuts, social programs, defense, and now tariffs. The bigger question is, who bears the cost? Future generations could be facing higher taxes, reduced benefits, or fewer public investments in education and infrastructure. As more money goes to interest payments, recent policy choices are amplifying fiscal pressures. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act extends the tax cuts while cutting social spending, adding trillions to the debt. Trump's new tariffs bring short-term revenue, but risk weaker growth and higher inflation. Moody's has already downgraded the US debt, warning of worsening sustainability. Rising interest payments now exceed the defense spending, raising fears of a fiscal dominance scenario, where the Federal Reserve may be forced to prioritize government financing over inflation control. This basically poses risks of higher inflation and reduced investor confidence in US debt. Once again, financial markets are focusing on politics. By the end of Monday, 3 of the fiscally fraught 4 countries saw their leadership structures break down in the span of just 4 days. The political uncertainty led to high volatility in the global markets. UK's Deputy Prime Minister stepped down on Friday. Japan's leader announced his resignation on Sunday. France's Prime Minister lost a confidence vote on Monday. The United States is the 4th member of this group, which is battling a high level of debt. In fact, the political chaos and also the rising debt levels have sparked uncertainty, and as a result, investors have forced global long-term bond yields higher. And that makes it even tougher for governments to wrestle back control of their already strained public finances. On Monday, the French Parliament voted to bring down the government because of its proposals to rein in the country's soaring national debt. And that decision deepens a political crisis. And now President Macron must pick a 5th prime minister in under 2 years. Only 9 months have passed since the current one became the prime minister, and now with him gone, Macron is left with fewer choices. According to Bloomberg, French debt is rising by 5,000 euros or $5,840 a second. Despite that, the arrival of another weak administration will likely find it hard to pass a meaningful budget. Moves in financial markets reflected those worries about France's political and debt problems. France's yield premium over Germany has climbed to levels last seen in January. The 30-year yield spiked to its highest since 2011. The 10-year yield has long surpassed those of Spain, Greece and Portugal, countries once at the nexus of the Eurozone debt crisis. In Japan, the yen slipped and 30-year bond yields rose. The speculation is whoever replaces Ishiba will be more relaxed about fiscal policy. And that means the Bank of Japan has less room to raise interest rates and signal another shift in the policy. As a result, volatility was expected to remain elevated across yen, bonds and Japanese stocks. As for the UK, markets took the departure of the Deputy Prime Minister in their stride. However, investors remain focused on the Prime Minister's ability to run the country. They will also be eyeing Starmer's efforts to come up with new spending cuts or tax hikes as a November budget nears. At one point last week, Britain's cost of borrowing for 30 years hit the highest since 1998. So the political flux and the rising debt levels are weighing on the investor sentiment. A country that suffered more than its share of fiscal issues is back in the headlines. The president of Argentina vowed to keep his free market economic program in place, and that despite a crushing loss to the center-left protonist opposition in the province of Buenos Aires on Sunday. Argentina's markets tumbled on Monday, with the peso hitting a historic low. The country's benchmark stock index fell 10.5%. An index of Argentine stocks traded on US exchanges lost more than 15%. Some of the country's international bonds, meanwhile, saw their biggest falls since they began trading in 2020. The loss of Milei's party at the local elections stoked worries about the government's ability to implement its economic reform agenda. He now faces an uphill battle in the October midterms. The government also faces the difficult choice whether to allow the peso to depreciate ahead of next month's midterms or spend its foreign exchange reserves to intervene in the FX market. Pramod Dhawan, head of EM Portfolio Management, has said opting for intervention would likely prove counterproductive as it risks derailing the IMF program. He said, quoting further, that diminishes the country's prospects for future market access to refinance external debt. Dhawan added, quoting further, the more resources the government allocates to defending the currency, the fewer will be available to meet obligations to bondholders, thereby increasing the risk of default, quote unquote. On to China now. It is preparing to allow major Russian energy firms to re-enter its domestic bond market. Experts saying this signals another major shift in financial policy. The move would be marking the first Russian corporate fundraising in China since the 2022 Ukraine invasion, and more importantly, the first issuance of the renminbi-denominated bonds by Russian firms since 2017. In fact, it has gained traction as a key foreign currency for Russia as access to Western financial markets remains closed due to sanctions. Since 2022, some Russian firms have issued the bonds domestically, and now the strategy may expand into China's public bond market. The initial group of borrowers is expected to be limited to a few major players. However, concerns about secondary sanctions still loom, and particularly for Chinese banks and brokers that would facilitate these transactions. China's cautious support is underpinned by growing cooperation with Russia. While the plans are still in early stages and subject to political and regulatory approvals, they reflect a broader trend. As Western sanctions isolate Russia, Chinese markets are quietly opening doors selectively and strategically. The transactions volume of India's homegrown fintech Unified Payment Interface, or UPI, hit a new record in August. While UPI transactions value declined slightly, the number of banks live on UPI surged to a fresh high. That is according to data from National Payments Corporation of India, or NPCI. August marking another new milestone for UPI transaction volume, rising to 20.01 billion in August, as compared to 19.47 billion in July. The number of banks live on UPI rose to 688 last month,